Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Don't be creepy.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I don't want reality.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
So hot right now. Aren't I a good guy?
Would you Jumbo?
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Don't even play.
In you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Consequences.
Cow.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I see that you know your judo. Science.
China. I have to have my China. People from China, they love me.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Immediately, if not sooner. Facebook, Zuckerbucks. Facebook, Zuckerbucks. Follow the Detroit.
Well, here we are again. Good to see all you folks here on this fine galactic evening. We got a hell of a lot to get to, so we better get right to it. Hell of a lot has happened in this world. Always seems to be happening. Well, enough tarrying. Buckle up those seatbelts, Space Fams. We have got a journey to take. Okay, look at all of you beautiful people in the chat. Oh, and Noah, look, Bovine and Aaron W got in first, second, third on YouTube. First, second, and third went to Aaron Flies, Megastar, and Green New Deal on Twitch. PB, Aaron, oh, sorry, I said Aaron W, BCat, Soul Life, Mo and Noah, Disco, Schmegly, FG, I don't know, my brain is broken. I think that's everybody in chat. Good to see you all. Look around you, behold the updates to the Galactic office. Thanks to all the wonderful viewers and contributors to things like the Patreon and the Twitch and the Cash App and the PayPal and all these things that we have set up now to help keep this here Galactic News Network alive. Been able to make some beautiful additions to this office. Breathe it all in, folks. Made possible by viewers like you. You see the coffee on the desk too. Oh yeah, that's right. Check it out. You picked up on something immediately there, which is actually a potential piece of future galactic merch. Sort of floating around in my head here, but I believe the patrons have already seen this creation. But as you can see on the mug there's some other stuff happening. You got a little emblem on there. I'll probably make it fully viewable in the Discord later, so if you're already in there, you'll get a peek at that. Of course, patrons got an even sneakier peek at it. But it's not a guarantee, so I'm gonna actually, I'm gonna be polling people, seeing what you think about this potential idea. Praise Gary, exactly. In Gary we trust. Alright, let's get to this. Start in a place familiar to all. The United States. Where things have been going real good.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Let's start here from ABC News. This is a day ago. Colorado man accused of shooting teen in the face for allegedly trespassing on his property. And very shortly, you'll see that it wasn't so much you'll see. Let's go over this first, and then I'll fucking get into this.
Tonight, a town council member in Jefferson County, Colorado, was accused of shooting and wounding a 17-year-old boy who wanted to take homecoming photos. Brent Metz allegedly shooting the teen in the face while the boy was sitting in a car on the side of the road. Metz's girlfriend claimed they were trespassing. The teen and his friend telling authorities they were there to ask permission to take those photos for homecoming.
Oh, I see. Well, that's a very different situation, I would say.
The federal government is seeking...
Hey, settle down there, federal government. So, yeah, you heard all that correctly. A supposed town council member shot a child in the face just because they were parked outside of his house and were planning to come and ask to take pictures on the property, because apparently he must have had a nice looking house, or nice like scenic view or something like that, right? It's not even entirely clear yet what the fuck happened here, but this man was supposed to be a responsible individual, literally this is responsible individual due to the fact that he's on the city, town council, whatever you would call that, and instead he is just opening fire on children outside of his house. Wild. Colorado man. Yes, Florida man was on vacation, apparently. The fact is, every single stream we could do a Florida man section. Maybe we should. Maybe we'll start that. Maybe we'll start a very specific, small, Florida specific section. A Florida centric but I don't know. It's an interesting idea. Anyways, what was I doing? Getting distracted. It's because I got so much new stuff on my desk. It's like, whoa, what am I doing here? Okay. Now let's go to this disturbing story. Before we talk politics and whatnot, this is political. WJZ from a day ago, 18-year prison sentence sought for woman accused in neo-Nazi plot to destroy Maryland's power grid.
Illegal.
The federal government is seeking 18 years in prison for a woman who pleaded guilty to planning to blow up power stations around Baltimore. They say she was trying to cause chaos to advance a neo-Nazi white supremacist agenda.
And WJZ investigator Mike Helgren live in South Baltimore tonight. He spoke exclusively to the defendant's mother today. And Mike, what did she have to say?
Rick, Nikki, she says the sentencing recommendation is in line with the 15 to 20 years that her daughter expected. She told us previously she does not agree with her daughter's neo-Nazi views.
That's good.
She is now raising her grandchildren and relying on her faith.
You need something.
Image shows Sarah Beth Clandaniel as she worked to carry out a plot to blow up
Christ.
electrical substations and destroy the power grid around Baltimore. Transcripts of recorded phone conversations between Clandaniel and a confidential informant reveal she was trying to obtain a high-powered rifle to shoot through substations in Reisterstown, Perry Hall, White Marsh, and more locations, saying if we could do all these in a day, it would completely destroy this whole city.
Wow.
Like it would probably permanently, completely lay this city to waste. We spoke exclusively to her mother today by phone from her home in Cecil County.
I know you wrote a letter to the judge.
Yes, saying that no matter where she is, whether she's incarcerated or not, I do believe God will pour his spirit out on her.
So far, God has done a real bad job of doing that. Just gonna say it, you know. Sorry, Mrs. or Miss McDaniel, Clandaniel. It doesn't seem like God's been pouring out his supposed spirit onto her, which is a weird way to put it. I've never heard it put that way, and it sounds wrong. There's something about that phraseology, if you will, that, you know, it's a little weird.
Will be done.
In court documents, prosecutors call Sarah Clandaniel an accelerationist who believes violent action is required in order to bring about societal and government collapse and advance a white supremacist ideology. They say imposing a sentence of 18 years of imprisonment would send a strong message to that particular community, as well as to the community at large, that this sort of violent and destructive conduct will not be tolerated and will be met with a serious penalty.
Now, we'll see how that all goes. But for now, we're just left wondering, what the fuck's up with America to ourselves? Okay. How's the weather looking over there? Yeah, let's go to this. Alright, enough of this. Enough of this. Let's go on to another batch of nonsense to talk about, and that being specifically the fear-mongering about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. Start with the New York Post. The very responsible and diligent journalism outfit known as the New York Post has got it. They got the ball. 3 days ago, they had the ball. They ran with it. Springfield, Ohio man reported Haitian migrant snatching geese out of park. Oh no, not geese. Not the poor geese.
Clark County Communications.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I got a question. This is a non-emergency line, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry.
Sitting here, I'm riding on the trail.
Before
going
we...
to my orientation from...
Before we go any further, I have to bring this back. Listen to this again. when you call the first thing that you ask is, this is a non-emergency line, right? It's real sketchy. I'm not gonna lie. I've never worked for like, what do you call it? Dispatcher. But it's weird, right? Is it not weird? Because I'm pretty sure there is there's a crime related to reporting to emergency lines false information, right? But I'm not sure that exists for non-emergency lines, right? And it makes me want to look into this even more, like, but it feels like from the beginning here, it's been completely manufactured, right? Like, what's the point of why ask that question? Why is that your first question? If you're so concerned about these geese being taken out of this park, why is your first question, this is a non-emergency line, right?
Clark County Communications.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I got a question. This is a non-emergency line, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Is it an emergency? The other question that comes to mind immediately from that is it an emergency or is it not an emergency? Because everybody's treating it, well, not everybody, but a certain group of people are treating it like it's an emergency. You'd think he'd want the emergency line, right? It's a goose emergency. Jesus Christ.
Here, I'm riding on the trail going to my orientation for my job today.
Uh-huh.
And I see a group of Haitian people.
Oh, he saw them.
4 of them.
He could just pick them out.
They all had...
So this guy saw Haitian people. He didn't speak to them, right? He saw them. They were carrying Haitian flags, of course. That's how he knew, right? He didn't just see a group of black people and think, those are Haitians. Or, do you get what I'm saying here? He saw a group of... That's like an incredibly racist statement when you start to unpack it, right? He assumed immediately that any black people he saw were Haitians. Is it just a fucked up sort of thinking this man seems to be...
About 4 of them. They all had geese in their hand.
Oh, God, no.
They got away.
Not the geese.
I couldn't make out the first 3 of the license
Oh,
plate,
they got away.
But I got the numbers.
Clark County Communications.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So, yeah, that spastic-sounding individual apparently called into government agency to report geese being taken by Haitian people who he saw. He didn't speak to them, so they could have just been people. They could have just been American people. It doesn't sound like he actually knew for sure. Now, let's go to another seemingly very reputable person. This is Fox News, who had on, honestly, I don't know this woman's name, but had on a Springfield, Ohio resident to speak about this supposed dystopian nightmare that has taken over her town.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Now to Springfield, Ohio, a town of just 58,000, now at the center of the migrant crisis with at least 15,000 Haitians arriving since 2020, now forcing the state to send state troopers in and set aside millions of dollars to deal with the crisis. Our next guest has lived in Springfield for more than 30 years and says it no longer feels like her home. Diana Daniels joins us now. So Diana, according to the reports, the schools have been overrun, the clinics have been overrun.
Now, it's pretty clear that Diana doesn't have any actual credentials of any kind. She just seems to be an Ohio resident. They didn't usually, when somebody's got a bunch of credentials, news organizations lead off with that kind of shit, right? Like immigration expert or professor, or you know what I mean, like professor. But she, like, no, she was just Diana. She's from Ohio.
And now a lot of jobs has been taken as well. What is life like there now?
It's like living in a dystopian nightmare. You hope you wake up and it's 2019 again, and then you realize it's 2024, and it's the same thing over and over again, day after day.
I think Diana might be having some sort of existential crisis right now. She thinks it's from 5 years ago. She's believing in her dreams or something, that it's 2019 still. She seems to be having some sort of mental breakdown. Not gonna lie. We have 21 likes. Oh my god, that's a lot of likes. Okay, I'll deal with that. Let's go back to listening to Diane here with some interesting ideas.
It's hard sometimes to get up in the morning and hear residents that I've known for years struggle. This is a paycheck to paycheck kind of town, working class, and the citizens that depend on our social services, like healthcare, a rocking horse, going down to the Social Security office for benefits, are waiting in line, and they're not getting the services they need. And it breaks my heart to see people that I taught and they're.
Anybody else notice the footage that Fox is running in the background? It just is geese. They have geese in a pond, and then they have this random woman talking. I mean, this right here. This is journalism, people. I mean, my God. You know, I think we've had enough. We could go through this whole thing, but is that? Oh yeah, you believe her? Yeah. Good one. All right, let's move on from this nonsense. We're not done with this nonsense. We're done with that particular nonsense. Honestly, the next 3 minutes just get more and more questionably racist. Honestly, like, and while we might get something out of watching the rest of it, I don't think it's important. I think it's just the gist. Right, New York Post, Fox News, both sort of fear-mongering about Haitian migrants pretty hard, doing everything they possibly seemingly can. You know, posting crank calls and random citizens with racist ideas. That's all they got right now. Now, in the wake of the fear-mongering from the New York Post, Fox News, and Donald Trump himself, as well as J.D. Vance, now that I think about it, that's right, I did decorate. Thank you for noticing. Thanks to all of you beautiful viewers, patrons, and the like. Been able to afford some upgrades here to the space station. Ooh, where's my vape? Wow, good question. Good questions. Got some smart people in chat. All right, now let's go on to this. This is in the wake of all of this fear-mongering that's been going on. Here's 2 days ago, KVUE. Bomb threats reported at multiple buildings in Springfield, Ohio.
A town in Ohio that's been at the center of political claims this election season faced a bomb threat this morning. Springfield, Ohio City Hall had to be evacuated after multiple city facilities were threatened earlier today. Officials say they were alerted to the threat by email. The threat comes.
That broke me, Bovine. That genuinely just broke me. Bomb threats by immigrants. In this particular case, I don't think that's gonna be what surfaces in the aftermath of all of this.
National attention has come on Springfield for an influx of Haitian migrants there in recent years. This has led to unsubstantiated claims of migrants eating pets that have circulated widely on social media. Okay, hold on.
We need to come together.
Please hold.
We cannot embrace.
Settle down. Goddamn. All right, let's go here. What is this?
Right now.
Oh, I need to hydrate. Delicious. Let's go here. Yes, Associated Press from a day ago. Springfield, Ohio residents condemn rumors of immigrants eating pets.
We need to come together. We cannot embrace violence. We will not embrace hatred. We are a city of love, a city of compassion. And what is happening in our city right now is absolutely unbelievable. I am calling on Trump, I'm calling on J.D. Vance to retract their messages, to offer an apology to the city of Springfield, Ohio.
That'll be coming any
minute
minute
now. We are already
now.
on edge, but with the comments from our government has made it worse. It is time to embrace each other. It is time to
Now, I wish she could hear this right now, because remember, they're not our government right now. We don't have to vote them into office. Ohio can choose to vote Democrat if they like. They used to. Not that long ago, they were voting Democrat, so do consider that. They're definitely not the government.
The rumors. No, they are not stealing from Walmart. No, the reason why the cabinets are locked are not because we have Haitians here. They've been locked for years. No, they are not eating cats. And as our government said, dogs.
I hope that we will have more inclusive approach, as it is the value of America, a land of the free where human rights should be respected, where people should be treated with respect and dignity, no matter where you come from, regardless of your skin color, the language you speak, or whatever religion that you practice. So I am optimistic that if we understand in humanity, we're going to have a more peaceful community in here.
Understanding humanity. It does sound nice. I wonder if Americans are capable of achieving that. I've always had legs. Of course, that's ridiculous. What kind of question? Of course I've always had legs. Who would ask such a question? How do you expect me to get around without legs up in space? I guess I could just float. Now that I'm thinking about it, I could just float. Have I, though? I've had enough of these questions. Alright, let's go on here. Forbes breaking news. Ooh, breaking news. Wait. Breaking news from Forbes 2 days ago. New! Trump again claims Haitian migrants are taking pets out of residence in... taking pets of residents in Springfield, Ohio. Oh, God. Oh, Forbes. Tell me it's not true. He's doubling down.
Are using this app, think of it, to bring thousands and thousands of people here illegally. Over the past 3.5 years, Harris-Biden administration has resettled 500,000 illegal immigrants from the failed state of Haiti, which is a totally failed country, very sad situation, into American communities. And
I don't think Donald Trump could name one fact about Haiti. It's just ridiculous. And of course, the United States did a coup 2 times. In fact, wait, wasn't there a coup during at the end of Trump's administration? Didn't America do another coup? Like a third, whatever. Like, it's not the 2004 one that I'm talking about. Like, it was like 2000. Was it 2020? I can't even remember now. But yeah, I mean, it's not as if America hasn't been vehemently helping Haiti to be dealing with some difficult situations.
Including over 200,000 who Kamala has illegally flown into the United States by airplane. Think of that. And they're coming out of Haiti, and they're coming out of other failed countries at levels that nobody has ever seen before. In addition to Aurora, Colorado, There's a place called Springfield, Ohio, that you've been reading about. 20,000 illegal Haitian immigrants have descended upon the town of 58,000
He's always got to
people,
make up numbers.
destroying their
He's just making numbers up again.
entire way of life. This was a beautiful community, and now it's horrible what's happened. Enrollment on the state's Medicaid and food assistance programs have soared. Motor vehicle accidents have skyrocketed. Recording of 911 calls even show residents are reporting that the migrants are walking off with the town's geese.
He's literally quoting the call that we just played for you just a second ago. He's just quoting it. He's like, he is tuned in. He's subscribed clearly to the New York Post and Fox News. Or at least listening, watching, reading, whatever. Reading seems like the last of the possibilities. But there he is, literally saying the Haitian migrants are just walking off with the geese. So, doubling down. This is not, obviously, as you can tell, this is not at the debate. This is a Trump rally of some kind. Make housing affordable again. We're going to make the houses so affordable. It's going to be ridiculous, people. All right. Let's see. What do we got next? What do we have next? Oh, it's this. It's Donald Trump tripling down. Earlier, was this yesterday? This is yesterday. This is Donald Trump tripling down. I believe this was in... So that last one we watched was in Arizona. This, I think, is in California. I could be wrong. Might be Florida. Honestly, hold on. Forbes will tell us.
No, please.
California, I was right.
Springfield, Ohio is experiencing a migrant crisis. Will you
Yes.
use an event there to show the media what's actually happening, maybe a town hall?
Well, we could, and maybe we'll do that. Where are you from?
We could do that.
That's good.
That's good. That's very
You're
good.
doing a very good job. Yeah.
Oh, that's very. Oh, you're all being very fair to me. Thank you. Must have been. I'm trying to think. Real America's Voice, or I'm trying to think. Who's on Trump's good side at this point? Who's doing a good job in Trump's mind? I'm trying to think. 8chan? She a representative of 8chan? Oh, you're doing a fantastic job over there.
No, I will. Maybe Springfield, maybe Aurora, maybe both. We'll go there.
Me and Laura, we're gonna go.
We'll do large deportation.
I think there's something going on between him and Laura. The way he's talking, the way they've been seen together lately. I don't know. I got some thoughts. I think maybe the prenup's running out on Ivanka. He's gotta sub somebody in. But not Ivanka, Melania. Not that. I mean, if she wasn't my daughter. She wasn't my daughter. She would be exactly the sort of type I would go for.
From Springfield, Ohio. Large deportations. We're going to get these people out. We're bringing them back to Venezuela. You know, he told Biden he's not...
We're going to send the Haitians back to Venezuela where they belong.
Accepting anybody back. They moved all their criminals. Not all of them, but the rest are moving in now. They emptied their jails in Venezuela, emptied their criminals, emptied the nests. They call them nests of bad people. They're all now in the United States, and they're now taking over cities. It's like an invasion from within. And we're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country, and we're going to start with Springfield and Aurora.
So yeah, here's Donald Trump continuing to fearmonger about Haitians, particularly in Ohio, but I assume that Haitians everywhere are going to be dealing with the downstream effects of this sort of rhetoric from a presidential candidate. You would think. You would think. Just nonsense. Just a bunch of fucking wild nonsense he is saying. And it's really hard to even know where to start. Do you start with the racism? Do you start with the lies? Where do you start? Guy has completely lost his fucking mind. But, you know what? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay? So it's originally what I thought. But then, I saw this. This is evidence of people killing and eating geese and cats. Here we go.
One behind. Two behind. That's a
They're killing all the geese. Taking all the geese away.
That's a big white one right there.
Here it is. Here's the evidence. Wait, are these Haitian migrants? Wait, no. Oh god, that's an American. Oh no, that is a white American. Killing swans. That's not even a geese. It's not even a goose. That's a beautiful swan. Oh my god. Horrifying. Horrifying. We need to protect the geese at all costs. I don't care what we have to do. We have to deport all of the Americans. They clearly have something against the geese. Oh, now we have to talk about the cats. Let's talk about the cats.
There's no doubt watching it that I felt that the ABC moderators
Francesca
went harder on
Fiorentini,
Trump than it did on
well-known
Kamala.
American
Francesca,
person,
are you eating,
YouTube personality.
You're eating a cat at the moment. Is this,
Eating cats.
Something you want to share with the group?
I mean, I heard it was a rumor in Springfield, but it's happening in Los Angeles too.
Okay, I just thought that was hilarious. Good job, Francesca. Well played. Really well played.
She called him on January 6th.
Like,
he said, I had nothing
it's just
to
so
do
good.
with it. It was all Nancy Pelosi.
Pause, Sam. Honestly, though, it was just so funny. I had to throw that in there while we're talking about all this. 'Cause when I saw that, like, it was just, it was too good. It was just too good. You're now friends with a famous cat. It's true, Disco. I saw that. We'll be talking about that. Not today. Not today. I think we might have a discussion tomorrow about this situation. All right, now let's talk a little bit about post-debate election stuff, and specifically not related to the wildlife. It's going to be numbers and words, mostly, not going to lie. A lot less geese and kitties, so for some it might be less fun. But let's go here first to the majority report. All right, I got to stop doing the goddamn Trump impression. It's happening too much. It's happening too much. It's getting out of hand. And it's taking over my life. Here we go. Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Trump flops hard during January 6th debate.
He called him on January 6th. He said, I had nothing to do with it. It was all Nancy Pelosi's fault. She was in charge of
Crooked
everything.
Nancy.
I was just the president at the time and tried to grab the steering wheel from the Secret Service guy so that I could go. You know, I'll tell you something. In that answer, incidentally, it occurred to me as he's saying this that, like, I said, let's have 10,000 troops there. And they didn't want to, like, there was a lot of question about, like, Michael Flynn's, like, brother who is in charge of some of that.
Illegal.
And I really wonder if, like, there was some sort of, like, part of their plan, in addition to having the Oath Keepers out on the perimeter, and the, you know, the Oath Keepers were out on the perimeter of Washington with weapons, incidentally, folks. I mean, this is all documented stuff. The Proud Boys were in amongst the crowd to get the crowd riled up and bust through the doors and beat up the cops. I wonder if they thought it was going to go one way where the presence of troops would actually help them.
Yeah.
And that I wonder if Pelosi and the police chief of D.C. were a little bit nervous about how those troops were.
I mean, this is such a fair point. I mean, you have Donald Trump saying, hey, I was thinking maybe we could bring a bunch of troops to protect the vote. Just want to make sure everything goes according to plan. Just make sure the peaceful transfer of power happens. Don't worry. Not planning anything weird.
Supposed to react.
We speculated about that at the time, I think.
I just, when he brought it up, it was like, I was like, wait a second.
Right.
This guy seems really plugged into what was going on that day in a way that, like, you know, I'm surprised. Like, why is he looking to have, you know, specific security measures? It doesn't, Donald Trump doesn't strike me as a detail guy unless it's for his own benefit.
Science.
Like who, like what, like why would you call for troops for a rally for what you think is going to be a peaceful rally? I don't, there was.
Wait, hold on. Can't watch this whole thing. Please hold. I have a leg. I have two legs, okay? I think it's pretty clear that I have two legs. Got one here, and then the other one there. Yeah.
That he didn't actually win the election.
Focus truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting
According to
president
what?
has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election.
There's nothing in the law that says they should have sent those back to the legislatures. Just gonna say that right now before we get too far.
People should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these
Elections
illegal
and
immigrants
borders.
coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No judge
Republican.
looked at it.
And said there
They
was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
They said we didn't have standing, a technicality.
This is not a technicality. It means that he didn't have standing. It means they had not enough evidence to bring the case to trial. That's pretty much what it meant. In practically every case. I mean, it can mean different things in different cases, but in this case, it meant that he just didn't have enough to bring it to trial.
System where a person in an election doesn't have standing, the president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? It doesn't matter because we have to solve
the same facts and statistics that Mike Lindell's been yelling about, the stuff that got people in trouble over, the stuff literally people in jail for, and that was turned down by every single court due to the fact that you had no evidence. Oh God, what happened? Oh no. Oh no, look at it, it's loading. No. Why? Well, how's everybody doing? Good to see you all. Good to see. I see a bunch of faces I haven't seen in here in a while. Good to see all of you.
Of the problem that we have right
there we
now.
go.
That's
Pause it for
old
1
news.
second. I so desperately want him to go. If you want the facts, go to My Pillow, text 665, and get 10% off of My Pillow.
Doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now
Old news.
is we have a nation in decline. And
It's old
they have
fake
put
news.
it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
You're fired.
So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a
He
very
looks so
difficult time
sad.
processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I
can't decide how to look at her.
as Vice President of the United States.
She look madder.
And world leaders are laughing at Donald
Aloof.
Trump.
I think aloof.
I have talked with military leaders, some of
Nope,
whom
just
work
weird
with
smile
you,
now.
and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
All right. So,
It's so good.
Basically saying, like, he's losing his mind. He's either losing his mind or he's a horrible
he's a
person.
piece of
and
shit.
You know, to be fair,
Could be both.
That does cover it.
Pretty much.
I mean, she could have gotten more specific, like untreated syphilis or something like that. But I think that, like,
God, I would love to see his reaction to that.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's so good. All right. They do find the best, most tastiest clips over there at the Majority Report. Oh god. Truly. That was truly a smackdown of epic proportions. Okay, back to reality. Let's go here now to CNN, where they reminded me of something that I had forgotten about. I won't lie. This phrase, he's had so many phrases over the years that, some of them just kind of go by the wayside. But they reminded me that at one point, Trump was selling anybody, anytime, any place merch.
Donald Trump declaring there won't be a second presidential debate between him and Kamala Harris, the former president, posting the announcement online shortly before his rally this hour in the battleground state of Arizona. We'll monitor that. CNN Steve Contorno is at the Trump event in Tucson. Eva McKend is with Kamala Harris in North Carolina. We'll get Harris's reaction to all of this. But Steve, let me go to you first. What reason does Trump give for not doing another debate?
Wolf, just moments ago, Trump posted on his website, Truth Social, laying out his case for why another debate is not necessary. He wrote, I quote, "When a prize fighter loses a fight, The first words out of his mouth are, "I want a rematch." Polls clearly show that I won the debates, and he ended with...
Wait, so in this metaphor Trump is weaving for us, that makes Kamala Harris a prize fighter, which is, I feel like, in a way, Donald Trump admitting that she did better than he was certainly expecting, even though he might not. Maybe he just, maybe he's just not capable of accepting that she has in fact won that debate.
Saying in all
Whoopsies, what just happened?
caps, there will be no third debate. He also said that the vice president should, quote, focus on what she should have been doing for the last 4 years. Now, I should note that a CNN poll of registered voters who watched the debates, 63% of them said that Harris outperformed Trump. Trump, though, is making the case, and his campaign has made the case, that they have gotten more of a bump out of this debate than Harris has, and they see no need for a second debate when 65 million people watched the first one. So instead, he is hitting the road. Today, he's in Arizona, a critical battleground, also a border state, so we can expect that immigration will be on his mind. It certainly was at Tuesday's debates. He also is going to focus on the economy. Behind me on the stage, there are signs set up with some of his economic messaging, including make housing great again and no taxes on tips. Even in a state like Arizona, where it's a border state and immigration ads have been flooding the airwaves, most voters say the economy is their #1 priority going into this election, just as it is in all the other swing states. Wolf.
Hi, Steve Contorno on the scene for us. We'll see what Trump has to say this hour. We'll stand by for that. Now to Vice President Kamala Harris out there on the campaign trail in North Carolina and still pushing for a debate rematch with Trump. Seeing as Eva McKend is in Greensboro, North Carolina for us right now. That's where Kamala Harris will soon hold her second event in the state today. So, Eva, what's the latest? What did she already say?
Okay. Actually, maybe we'll listen to a tiny bit more of this.
Well, Wolf, the reason why her campaign wants another debate is because they believe that platform illustrated, in their view, that the former president is unfit for the presidency. And although winning a debate is not the same thing as winning an election, they feel as though overall it just provided a lot of momentum for the campaign, though they are still measured in their response and know that they have a lot of work to do. Wolf, let's talk about North Carolina. They believe that this state is really in play this cycle for a whole host of reasons.
True. They do, and it is. In fact, we've been looking at the polls in North Carolina, and they've been incredibly tight. They weren't when Joe Biden was in the race, but now that Kamala has taken the reins, that has changed drastically. Okay, hold on real quick. I didn't queue this up. I just wanted to watch the beginning part of that, and then there's another spot here.
This is what Republican strategist Karl Rove, a man you and I know well, writes today. Listen to this. Tuesday's debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump was a train wreck for him, far worse than anything Team Trump could have imagined. Mr. Trump was crushed by a woman he previously dismissed as dumb as a rock, which raises the question, what does that make him? What do you think of what Karl Rove has to say?
Well, he missed an opportunity. I mean, there's no question about it. She came out, she had a game plan, she executed it. I do think he got...
Now, just to remind you all of this, let's look at this here real quick. Here's one of many examples of this anytime, anybody, anytime, any place merchandise. This is a random website here I've never seen in my life, but they're selling these Trump anybody, anytime, any place, where they have photoshopped Donald Trump's head onto Rocky Balboa, sort of touting Donald Trump's debate prowess. And he is now seemingly, well, not even seemingly, officially saying that he is not going to do a second debate. We'll see how well that plays out over the next couple of months for him, but that at least seems to be his plan, is to say he won the debate and sort of go back on that anybody, anywhere, anytime slogan. But hey, I'm sure his audience won't even remember. It's not like they bought the shirts.
A what now?
Schlocky Balboa. Yeah. Okay. Let's go here. CBS News from a day ago. Why doesn't Donald Trump want to debate Kamala Harris again? Oh, good question, CBS.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
We're less than 8 weeks away from Election Day. Both the Trump and Harris campaigns are bringing their messages to battleground states. Now, before that, Vice President Kamala Harris is joining President Biden for a brunch celebrating Black excellence. That's underway on the South Lawn right now. Also happening this hour, former President Donald Trump is in Southern California. He's set to hold a press conference in Los Angeles County. Once that event wraps up, he will head to Las Vegas for a rally there later tonight, marking his 7th campaign trip to the state this election cycle. Harris will focus on central Pennsylvania later today. Her first stop is Johnstown, where she'll head after to Wilkes-Barre for a rally this evening. Both of those stops are in counties that Trump won in 2020. So for more on both of the campaigns, I want to bring in CBS News political director Finn Gomez. Finn, good to see you. I want to talk here about this first campaign stop with Trump, the economy, expected to be a major point of focus tonight. Let's talk about one of those new proposals that he just unveiled, abolishing taxes on overtime pay. Now, he's already told people in that state no taxes on tips. What can you tell us about this policy?
Well, Lindsay, he did not reveal a lot of details when he announced his plan yesterday in the battleground state of Arizona. And like,
are you upset that she said Wilkes-Barre instead of Wilkes-Barre?
This comes after he did propose ending taxes on tips mainly for people in the service industry and against taxes on Social Security benefits. Who is this directed to, Lindsay? It's directed at one part of the electorate, and those are blue-collar workers. That voting group, that key voting bloc, is crucial in states like Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin, and even there in Arizona as well. So that,
Sorry, hold on. I need to cue this up to a different spot. We're not going to listen to this whole thing. No way. Absolutely not, CBS. I forgot. Sometimes it happens to me pretty much every day, but I'm always forgetting that these people love to jam in multiple stories into one video. Claim it's about one thing and then have it be about 10,000 different things. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it one bit. There it is. Here we go.
I've also said, if you want to go on that as well, let's also talk about the debate issue. I want to go ahead and play something that Trump said.
She immediately called for a second debate, which means that she was like a prize fighter that lost a fight. We had 2 debates, though. I had a debate with crooked Joe Biden, right? And I had another debate with her. Because we've done 2 debates and because they were successful, there will be no
done
third
2,
debate.
me and Kamala. Well, me and
he was calling for more prior. What reason is he giving for
the person have done 2 debates?
First change of stance on debates. Yeah, so part of it is we've seen this pattern before, Lindsay, before the ABC debate, if you recall. Trump issued a lot of statements saying that he may potentially pull out of the debate. He was reconsidering attending that debate in Philly just a few days ago. But now, so typically when there's a candidate who says, I don't want to do any more debates, it's usually the front runner who's sitting on a lead. In this case, it's different. It's a different dynamic because Donald Trump is not the front runner right now. In most states, in those 7 key battleground states, most polls, including our own at CBS, show a dead heat. And so this is in part because it was, people close to the campaign tell me it was not his best performance. That was essentially the overall consensus.
Okay, all right, that's enough. I feel like they barely said anything in this freaking piece, but fact is Donald Trump is not in the lead. He just I think at least in my estimation, I'll tell you what my estimation of it is, right? My opinion is that Donald Trump wants to project strength to his voters, to his base, and say that he won the debate. Say that he doesn't need to do another one because he won it, and that they should be reassured, or in a sense that's what they should be feeling right now from his decision not to go out there again. Now give me 1 second. I need to pee really bad, so I'll be back. Here, I'll give you something to listen to. What do you want? What do you want? Here. Ow, that's my foot. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright. I leave, now we're just talking cat chat. Alright. Alright, I can support that. Does seem to be a lot of cat lovers here in the Galactic Stream Nation. All right. Let's quickly go here. This is a quick clip. Vice President Kamala Harris talking about... Wait. Actually, no, sorry. No, this one's actually Donald Trump. Hold on, I got these out of order. You know what? I could just go to this.
It's a fraud.
Fuck it.
And it was a fraud when the administration, I call it the Kamala, because I don't even know who our president is anymore. Where is this guy? They took it away. This was an overthrow of the president of the United States. This was a coup.
Illegal.
Got 14, think of it. He got 14 million votes. She got no votes. She was the first one that lost, and now I'm running against her.
So this is yesterday.
I was 19 points up in the poll. I saw their poll. They won.
So this was yesterday, right? This is September 13th. Friday. And he is still here crying and complaining about the fact that he's no longer running against Joe Biden, which is he's never going to come back and be the running the presidential candidate. It's just not going to happen. But he seemingly, Donald Trump is still, feigning for this time that is now past. It's very strange. Very, very strange.
After the debate with Biden, I have debates with everybody. But the first debate, we had two debates.
I'm staying in the race.
First I had Biden, and he was 19 to 21 down. And they went, that's when they went, and they said, you can't win, you're going to get out. And he said, no, I'm not going to get out, which was his right to say. They said, well, if you don't get out, we're going to execute the 25th Amendment. And he said, like I said, I'm going to get out. And he hates her beyond I think he hates her probably almost as much as he hates me.
I think you hate her. I think you hate her more than anybody else at this point. I know he's trying to project it onto Biden for no good reason, because it's not like he's running against Biden. Biden's not going to be president anymore. But he's the one who hates it. He's the one who... He hates Joe for letting her do it to him. He hates Kamala for beating him in this debate, for doing better in the polls now. As we're about to see in a second, we're going to pull out the polls and start looking at the newest sort of tidbits, graphs and things. You know how much I love graphs.
I think he still hates me a little bit more.
He still hates me a little bit more.
But he hates her. He hates her. He hates what you did. And, when they talk about democracy, well, that's not democracy. At 14 million votes, she had none. And she was the first one out of...
She had none. You realize they're running as a ticket together. I feel like he has to know. Right? Does he know? I feel like Donald Trump is just better at covering up his dementia. Because he's just better at talking than Biden ever was. And I think he's clearly got some sort of an early onset or like a dementia thing going on. It doesn't seem like he understands what's happening at all. It is wild to watch. Do we look at polls now? Oh, you know what? I'll let this one get us into some poll talk. Let's go here. CNN from a day ago. Breaking news. New poll reveals how voters are viewing Donald Trump and Kamala Harris after the debate.
A what now?
The new national Reuters Ipsos poll has Harris ahead by 5 points. Let's take a look at that right now. CNN's Harry Anton is here with much more. Harry, can you give us some context around that margin and the movement that you're seeing in polling post-debate?
Yeah, I think it's rather important.
Actually, hold on.
Point out that the Reuters Ipsos poll
I just remembered something.
One of Harris's best.
Just remembered something. We don't even need to watch this particular part of it. Let's go to this. Actually, have a more in-depth view on all this that we're gonna look at in a second. Let's look at this. You know, fuck it. I'll let him go. I'll let Harry go. Being too mean. It's fine.
Actually been one of Harris's best. So look, you get that 5-point margin, right? That 47-42 that you mentioned post-debate. But that's actually not a lot of movement from where we were in August when Harris was up by 4. Now, that is movement from where we were in late July when Harris was up by 2. But the bottom line here is this. At least in the first polling that we're getting post this debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, maybe slight movement in Harris's direction, but not overwhelmingly so, which I don't think is really much of a surprise given the 50-50 nation we are right now. But the bottom line is, in the average of polls, Harris had a slight national lead, and at this particular point, I think she'll probably hold on to that, at least based upon this initial signal.
Yeah, didn't hurt her. Maybe, but
No.
didn't also, like, it wasn't, you know, the nail in the coffin for a Donald Trump candidacy either, which is exactly kind of what people expected with this debate in the 50-50 nation we are in right now. What is the biggest difference, though, you see in polls, these polls, compared to those that came after the Biden-Trump debate in June?
Yeah, I mean, look, it all comes down to mental state and being able to deal with challenges. All right, so mental sharp and can deal with challenges. Look at this. Back in the post-June debate, right, look at that. 52% of voters said that, in fact, Trump was mentally sharp and can deal with challenges. Look at the Joe Biden number. It was just 26%. Now, look at the difference here. Look at this. 58% in the post-September debate poll said that Harris was mentally sharp and can deal with challenges. Trump's number actually dropped below 50%, down to just 46, so that 52 to 46. So this was the big change that I...
It is a big change. It is a huge change. And as you can see, Donald Trump slipped below 50%. So seemingly more than half of the country now thinks Donald Trump is not mentally sharp or capable of dealing with challenges. Woof. Wait. Oh. There we go. I feel like I need to do another one of those for the fact the board didn't work that time. All right, let's actually look at some more of this particular poll, the Reuters Ipsos poll. We're gonna look at a couple of different things here first. But first we'll start with this. This is just a different sort of, oh shit, I'm gonna have to do this. Hold on. Hold on. Please hold. I forgot. There we go. I might as well just open up all of these at once, so I don't have to do this multiple times. That would be smart. All right, so these are some of the graphics from this Reuters Ipsos poll here, which came out and was conducted 12th of September this year. So as you can see, these are two of the other polls previously. Donald Trump has pretty much held his line from July to September, 42%. Dipped to 41% in August for whatever reason. I guess getting shot? I don't know. I'm trying to think. When did he get shot again? I forget. But as you can see here, Kamala's numbers have been steadily increasing this entire time. And now, I believe this is outside of the margin of error for this poll. I believe this is a plus minus 4% poll, which would put Kamala Harris winning the national popular vote hands down. Now let's go here. This is a different one. Presidential candidate post-debate perceptions. As you may have heard, presidential candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump held a debate ahead of the November 5th election. Please tell us which candidate better fits the following descriptions. Made me more hopeful about the future. 47% of people would say Kamala Harris makes them feel more hopeful, but only 35% of people polled thought Donald Trump made them more hopeful. 52% for Kamala Harris gave them the impression of having a higher moral integrity.
Jesus, I say that.
Seemed like someone who would listen to me and understand my concerns. Kamala Harris beating Donald Trump by 16 points in this. seemed like someone I would want to have an actual conversation with. Donald Trump losing by 16 points in this one appeared more dignified. Trump losing by a whopping 30 points in that one. And then the only thing that Donald Trump won on, which I would say is not the thing you want to win on, was stumbled and did not appear sharp. Woof. That is rough. Donald Trump just getting clobbered by Kamala here on this particular one. Let's go here. Now, this was a whole host of different issues, and you can see that Kamala Harris didn't win on every one of these. The ones that Kamala did win on were she would increase taxes on people and businesses who haven't been paying their fair share. She would work to decrease gun violence, would make it possible for your family to receive affordable, good quality health care, make it necessary changes to keep Social Security and Medicare stable and available. That she would build or repair highways, bridges, or etc. in your community better than Trump would, and that she would create an economic climate that's good for you and your family. So, as you can see, she's winning on the majority of the things polled here, although they're calling this a statistical tie because it's only 1%, and I guess I can see where they're coming from on that. Now, the things that people thought Trump did better on would be that he would decrease taxes for you and your family, that he would lower prices for everyday things like groceries and gas, decrease the U.S. debt. Who cares about the U.S. national debt? Foster a good climate for business. I feel like there's like 3 Republicans somewhere that are like crying about the national debt. Some like they have like a fan, like some sort of club, some sort of like a support group. Foster a good climate for business. They thought Trump would do that by 10 points. And maintain or increase America's national defense capabilities. Trump won that one by 18, which was his best poll. So, if you look at the numbers on the far right, you'll see a trend here, right? If you look at the ones that aren't a statistical tie, it's 5-5. So it's basically tied in terms of number of issues that they won. However, if you look deeper at these numbers, there's some stuff happening here. The fact is if you do the math on all of this, I'm going to try and do it in my head right now. 21, 36, 57, 91. So 91 divided by 5 is what? 17. Hold on. I can't do this all in my head. I'm going to fuck something up. 18. Okay, I was a little off. Donald Trump. Okay, so if you add up the differences between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump on their wins, average them out, Kamala Harris is beating Donald Trump on these issues in the cases where they won, right, by a factor of 2 times. So if you add up all these numbers, it equals up to an average of 18 for Harris and only 9 for Trump. So even where Trump is winning on issues, he's winning less than Kamala is on the issues which she's winning on, which you would think is gotta be to some degree a beneficial sort of thing, right? Because she's just, you would think that it just means that she's got more people on board with her, essentially, right? All right. Nightbot is a traitor. What is Nightbot doing now? Why can't we have nice things? While we're talking about polls, let's go to 538 as well. So we try to do this at least a few times a week. So here's 538 polls, which they do in the aggregate of all the polls out there available. It's honestly a very useful resource for people who are trying to get a more clear picture of things. We got graphical representations and all this other great stuff. As you can see, though, so the debate happened. I'm sorry, I need to look. It was on the 10th, right? Why can't I just be better? It's the 10th, right? Yes. Okay. So the debate was on the 10th. So if you look, here's the 10th. Kamala Harris had a 2.5 point lead on the national polls, and she now has a 2.8 point lead as of September 13th. Now let's quickly look at this, and you know what? This is the one thing I haven't done, so we're all going to be learning this information together at the same time. Look at the state by states. It looks like Donald Trump has actually lost some of his lead from the 10th to now. He's lost 0.3 in Arizona. It's bad for Trump there. Let's go to Georgia. He had 0.8 in Georgia. Now he's 0.6. He's lost 0.2 in Georgia. And these are all... We're just going through the swing states, of course. We're not going to hit up every fucking state. We don't have time for that. Michigan. Harris was at 1.7 and is now at 1.7. Oh, 1.5. Harris has actually lost 0.2 in Michigan. Okay. Not good for Kamala. Whoops, not that one. This hamburger. Thank you. Yeah, well, let's look at Nevada. Oh my God, it is such a dead tie. So Trump was in the lead by 0.1. It is now it's not a dead tie. It's 0.2. Kamala Harris is taking a lead in Nevada. As of yesterday, Kamala is taken. She has swung this state 0.3 percentage point. The 0.3 points here in the polls in Nevada. That's a huge change, opening things up electorally for Kamala right now. Shit, wasn't expecting that one. Let's go here to Pennsylvania, see how she's doing now. On the 10th, she was 0.5 ahead of Trump. Now she's 0.7. She's up 0.2 in the polls now there in Pennsylvania since the debate. Let's go here to... Oh, we missed North Carolina. Let's see. Well, it was even on the 10th, but it looks like since the debate... Oh, no shit. Kamala's now up 0.2 in North Carolina. Okay, this is wild. She's going up in all of the polls. And in all the important states. This is crazy. Fuck it, let's look at Texas. No. You can dream. We can dream, can't we, chat? Alright, let's go here. Wisconsin, where Kamala Harris still has... Why won't you go all the way? Okay, she's at a 2.6. And she was at a 2.6, 2.4. So she's actually up 0.2 points from where she was on the 10th. So she's seemingly Kamala's up in every single fucking state right now. At least as of the swing states since the debate happened. Interesting news, people. Very interesting news. Some of this we're finding out together. Very exciting. Okay. Let's move it along. How are we doing on time? Hour and a half in. Not bad. I'm killing it. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Breaking news. Tim Walz tees off on Trumpism in remarks to volunteers in Wausau, Wisconsin. Sorry, I have to do the breaking news sound effect every time that Forbes News posts a video with breaking news in the title. It just feels so funny to me. It's Forbes breaking news, and then they have to put breaking news in. It's like, we know Forbes, you think everything you do is breaking news. We get it. You don't need to put it in the title, too. but it does make things more fun.
Wow. We have been traveling and we said we're almost home. It certainly feels like we are to be with neighbors. Thank you, Wisconsin.
That is an interesting talking point. I love that. I love that because he's oh my god, because he's from the Midwest, he can call a bunch of different very important states neighbors. Oh, Tim.
And trusting us with your story, and thank you for the work. Should be a pretty simple proposition, but we know it's not, and there's folks in here who fought this thing for decades. The simple proposition is women need to make the decisions about their bodies for themselves. I got to spend a little bit of time with your incredible Lieutenant Governor. I just have to say, you just keep adding them. Between Tony Evers and Lieutenant Governor Rodriguez, you're winning. So. And to each and every one of you, look, it's a beautiful Friday afternoon. We know the snow is going to fly before too long, so there's things you can do. Look, we look forward to it. That makes us different. But coming here, I can't tell you how grateful I am. On behalf of Vice President Harris and myself, thank you. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to earn your vote and go out and get people. But I think more importantly, thank you for believing in this country and this democracy. That's why you came. That's why you came.
This guy is so good at this. Like, I gotta say, I did not know a ton about Tim Walz before we started talking about the vice presidential nominee sort of picks and whatnot after Kamala had. So, like, really, the last month I've been doing, you know, sort of Cliff Notes, Tim Walz style, and goddamn, do I like this guy. And he's just doing so, like, the way he talks, like, it's just is what we need out there. People who can relate to regular folks. This is exactly what Democrats need in a presidential election. Hold on, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. Let's just watch sort of the end of this.
Just so we know, we're not gonna have it. So look, for all of you, we're here today to say thank you. We're here today to encourage you. We've got 53 days. I know we've asked much. If we can get people on another shift, if we can get people out on another door knock, because truly, this election is going to go through a few states, and in one of them is Wisconsin. It's going to go through a few counties. And I know people say, well, you know, it's a little redder county or whatever. It's about reducing the margins. It's about pulling things down. It's about the swing states. Look, a couple thousand votes in a county like this, the way our system is set up, is worth more than 20,000 votes in California or whatever it may be. So we know, and look, I'm going to say this, the states that are the ones that are going to really come to it, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, they're really messing. We are people that walk on water half the years. We like snow. Our ancestors came across and could have kept walking till they found the Pacific Ocean and palm trees, but oh hell no, they stopped.
This is good enough.
Right here. And they carved out a way of life. And when it's in Wisconsin, they taught us a little something about co-ops. They taught us a little something about union organizing. They taught us. That's right here. That's right here. And those things built the middle class. Those things, and you know we've got the saying over there, you've got some great senators over here. By the way, don't even allow anybody to consider not sending Tammy Baldwin back. Don't even consider.
Look at this guy. Not only is he managing to just crush all these speeches, he's also You know, he's getting in some shout outs to local government officials who are up for election. I mean, the guy's fucking, he's crushing it. Let's be real. All right, that's good enough for me. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but now I have these monitors working behind me. They were unfortunately non-functional until recently. Once again, thanks to generous donations from viewers like you, able to make these, well, at least in my opinion, fantastic improvements. Coach v. Couch will be epic. Oh my god, Jerry. That's amazing. That phraseology right there is epic in itself. Coach v. Couch. That's gonna. I'm stealing that. That's gonna be the title for the vice presidential debate. When we watch it, don't you count on that. All right, you write that down. You remember that. Hold me to it. Coach v. Couch. Who will win? The football or the furniture? Okay, where were we? That's Tim Walls. Sorry, I'm lost on my list. Ah, there we are. You know, I'm gonna skip one of these because of time. We still got a ton of stories to do before we even get to the environment. I did not show a ton of restraint today, and I still have, you know, we got a lot to go. Let's go here. Donald Trump held a press conference. I think we saw a piece of this earlier when we were talking about the Haiti rhetoric he's been spewing. This is more from that California press conference. This is Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Trump snaps at Fox News reporter asking him about GOP concern over his debate performance.
What? I don't want reality.
How dare Fox News ask him about his debate performance?
How rude.
Gonna get him out, and it's an honor that you're here. If you'd like to take some questions. No?
Questions. On the debate, first of all, I know you've said that you will not do another debate. Some of your own Republican allies have come out and said that you missed the mark. That you missed
No, excuse me. Most of my Republican allies
Excuse
said
me.
I was great in the debate. You're just like, you know, a lot of other people at Fox. Well, why don't you say most 94% of the Republicans said I did phenomenally in the debate. Some said that I could have been.
Do you remember when Fox and Donald Trump loved each other? I feel like what really broke the camel's back was the Dominion lawsuit. Ever since then, they've had to be about 10% fairer. Or, like, avoid saying, like, at least a few things that Donald Trump wants them to say. And ever since then, he's just truly had nothing but bad things to say about Fox. Even though they do everything he wants, aside from that one thing, which is claiming that he won the election.
I don't know how I could have been tougher when I said he's the worst president and she is the worst vice president in the history of our country. 94% of the Republicans, and the only one that wouldn't, maybe a Mitt Romney or somebody like that. But we've gotten great praise for the debate, and based on the polls, like Rasmussen being up 6 today, the first.
That's not what the polls we just looked at are saying. It seems like you're not doing good, and that since that debate, you've lost even more ground. It's weird. Seems sort of antithetical to what you were just saying. By the way, I know many of you are already patrons, but if you would please consider becoming a patron, a Galactic patron, where many benefits are awaiting you, for just a paltry sum of $3 a month, you gain access to some incredible Galactic things. Just gonna throw that out there. Link is in the chat. Let's go on to this. Got more from this here news conference that Donald Trump held. Here's Fox 11 Los Angeles from a day ago. Donald Trump had some very specific things to say about California while in California. Let's see what they happen to be.
Former president taking questions from reporters in California for the first time all year, with less than 2 months left in the presidential race.
We don't want this for our country.
Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump visits California to argue against the Democratic nominee and California native Kamala Harris.
We cannot allow Comrade Kamala Harris and the communist left to do to America what they did to California. The state of California is a mess.
Trump in town for high-priced fundraisers in both Southern and Northern California.
I love this place. Look at this. I own this.
I own this. At Trump National Golf Club in Rancho Palos Verdes, nestled along the Pacific Ocean. Outside, supporters in this largely conservative community, an outlier in mostly progressive LA County. If you're president, what's the biggest policy difference for the people of California? And what would the nature of your relationship be with the leaders of California who you're calling scum?
Well, I would have a great relationship with them. And what you have to do is start all over again. You cannot have these policies of high taxation. You can't have these policies of politics where you go after your...
And we have a great relationship with them. I would start all over. I don't know what all over means, but it immediately brings to mind just Donald Trump in, you know, the California Senate just burning down the library or whatever, and like literally physically kicking everybody out of the fucking government. Like, what does a full reset mean? What does that mean exactly? Did we get rid of just reset all of the policies? No more laws in California. We start from the beginning. No, and what? Do you get rid of all of the government officials in California and you replace them too? It's a little confusing, not gonna lie. Sounds a little illegal.
Illegal.
Okay, now, you may or may not be familiar with a person by the name of Laura Loomer, but she is a right-wing influencer. You've probably seen her in places like the Tim Pool's show, Timcast, or some of the other places she happens to frequent, but she has now become a Trump orbiter, and well, Trump was asked about that at this very press conference we were just watching. Let's go to this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What would you say to your Republican colleagues or your allies who are concerned about your close relationship with Laura Loomer?
Well, I don't know what they would say. Laura's been a supporter of mine, just like a lot of people are supporters, and she's been a supporter of mine. She speaks very positively of the campaign. I'm not sure why you asked that question, but
not sure why you asked.
Supporter.
I love how he's coming to the conclusions as we're watching right now. Like he's like, I'm not sure why you asked. I'm sure she said something. I know Laura, she's always saying stuff. People don't like Laura very much, but I like her. She says great stuff all the time, but I'm sure she said something that you probably didn't like.
Laura has to say what she wants. She's a free spirit.
She's a free spirit.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, I can't tell Laura's a supporter. I have a lot of supporters. but I don't know what.
I know a lot of
you're
people
referring to. That's okay.
That's
yeah,
okay.
Please.
That's fine. Please, anything but Laura. Please don't make me account for what Laura says. I know we're good friends, but I can't. I can't say whether or not. It's just so good. I love how he's like racking his brain. All right, what did Laura say? I follow her religiously. What did she say this morning, Laura? Oh, Laura, I like you, but you're always saying things. Stuff like, I mean, if you're not familiar with the sort of stuff that Laura has said in the past, on Tim Pool's show, Laura Loomer said that government officials who didn't support Trump, or to some degree, maybe not verbatim, I'm nutshelling, but in one way or another, she basically said people who weren't Trump supporters that were in government deserved to be, executed, essentially, which was shocking, at least at the time. I mean, now that we know more about Laura, this is all starting to become more clear, but yeah, she's a very choice individual. Let's go here real quick to CNN to talk a little bit about that. This is CNN from 22 hours ago. Why Maggie Haberman thinks Trump likes to have far-right Laura Loomer around.
Any moment now, we are expecting to see Donald Trump take that stage that you are looking at right now in Las Vegas after he spent much of the day ranting while in Battleground, Nevada, spewing some of his darkest rhetoric that we've heard from him this campaign cycle. For starters, he's vowing mass deportations for people who are in this country legally as he continues to target and demonize Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. Despite threats directed towards Springfield City Hall or its schools, Trump refused to back down from his baseless lies today.
There are bomb threats at schools.
Oh, I forgot.
Kids being evacuated.
I forgot. It doesn't start with the Maggie Haberman interview. It talks about a bunch of other stuff. All right, let's go here.
Well, after that, Trump posted on Truth Social saying that Loomer doesn't work for his campaign, which it was not reported that she did, and also said he disagrees with her statements, though he declined to say which ones. On the other side of the campaign trail tonight, Vice President Harris is back in Pennsylvania, visiting two...
I disagree with some of her statements. Sometimes she says crazy things. I can't say which ones particularly, but she's her own woman.
Trump won overwhelmingly in 2016 and 2020, hammering her opponent while on the ground. We'll talk more about what she said while there in a moment, but my lead source tonight is CNN political analyst and senior political correspondent for the New York Times, Maggie Haberman. And Maggie, hearing Trump talk about what he amplified to 70 million people on Tuesday night, this false claim about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, now he's mixing that with his pledge to carry out mass deportations in a second term. But I mean, these are people who have temporary protected status. They are here legally in the United States.
They do, and it has been, we have reported, my colleagues Jonathan Swan and Charlie Savage and I have reported that as part of his vow to go through with mass deportations, and he's been talking about this now for some time, they would try to end TPS status for a lot of people. So this is actually in keeping with it, although as you know, he seemed not certain what country they were from, and it's not Venezuela, it's Haiti. It's not surprising, you are correct, that it is mixing in a bunch of different threats.
I'm glad Maggie picked up on that too. We're going to send all the Haitian migrants back to Venezuela where they belong.
And all it is trying to do is suggest people should be afraid of these immigrants. And it is something we have seen him do over a long period of time. And people spend time trying to fact check him. And by the time that's done, the lie he is saying or the, misleading statement he is saying is already well down the street.
Right. And to this point.
Honestly, like, if I had the time for it, I would create like an entire cartoon about this, and I'm no professional cartoonist or anything, but this is a missed opportunity right here. Haitians in Venezuela. Let me first off, let's not forget Haitians speak like a, what do you call it? Like a Creole dialect of French. They don't speak Spanish. I'm just like in my mind, like I can just imagine this sort of like cartoonish sort of nonsensical situation where you have a bunch of Haitian migrants who speak French suddenly in Venezuela because Donald Trump decided to deport them there for whatever reason, and it's just I don't know, it's just completely ridiculous.
I was talking to Pete Buttigieg last night. He was appearing as a campaign surrogate, not as transportation secretary. He thinks this is all just a big distraction technique. This was his argument.
This is a strategy, and there's even more to it than demonizing immigrants, although that's obviously part of what he's doing. This is a strategy to get us talking about the latest crazy thing that he did, whatever urban legend he amplifies. Right now it's about people eating cats or geese or whatever, because he cannot afford for us to be talking about his record.
You know, there's always a lot of talk about, is Trump playing chess or checkers? Are we all just kind of falling for it? You've often reported it's actually not some grand strategy behind the scenes. What is your sense of what this actually is?
So there, I think one of the most important quotes that was ever said about Donald Trump as president was by someone who told BuzzFeed that everybody thinks this is 3D chess, but you know, most of the time he's eating the pieces. And I think that is worth
that's one way to win.
A lot. I do think that he is intentionally trying to get people to talk about this. That's definitely true, but it's not because there's been some large discussion necessarily about it being great politics, although you know, his vice presidential running mate has been talking about this too. It's not like this is being offered to him by, you know, some person or field in his campaign, and he's
now
just
will underscore by underscore nature just cheered 100 bits.
Hey, thanks for the bits, Narwhal by Nature. Much appreciated. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive.
You know, creating controversy. He likes being the center of attention. I think the secretary is incorrect that this is some strategy to distract from his record.
That also puts you in first place on the Twitch leaderboard for bits donated. Point that out. Starting to take a firm lead on that. Omegastar still leads on gifted subs.
But I do think that it is a strategy to just try to drive news cycles.
Did they think it's helpful at all inside the Trump campaign that it's putting a focus back on immigration, and we're talking about the impact that the 20,000 legal migrants have had on a city like Springfield?
Yeah, 100%. They think this is actually good politics for them. They think this is advisable.
Oh yeah, of course Donald Trump thinks this is good for him. He wouldn't be doing this if he didn't think it was good for him politically. But the fact is, he doesn't always have the best sort of political mind. Hate to break it to anybody here. Just kind of does whatever comes to him, which can be effective, and he doesn't have a whole lot of, like, what do you call it? There's a word for this. But like, he doesn't have a lot of self-reflection, right? Self-awareness. So I feel like it's easy for him to just kind of like go out there and just say whatever it is that's on his mind. And to some people that's it's an attractive trait. They like a politician who, you know, but you know, sometimes that means he's going to say some very, very stupid, very racist things, because that's what he thinks. That's what he thinks. A base level. Okay, got through Maggie. Oh, let's go to this before we end the political discussions. Well, at least the American political election discussion. as this is a very, very interesting trend. We talked about this earlier as to whether or not it would mean anything. But the initial numbers are in. CBS News from a day ago. 400% increase in voter registration after Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris. That's right. 400%.
So I think this is a question a lot of us had after we saw the endorsement. I think a lot of people expected it was coming, but the question of how much of an impact will she have beyond just the excitement, you know, the likes on Instagram, will it translate into voter registration? So we can see some of the back end data in terms of the data that is coming and hitting off the voter file that we build. And what we saw was this really massive increase.
I love the arrow. Just huge red arrow. That's good interneting right there. That's what that is. But yeah, as you can see right here, this was where Taylor Swift gave her endorsement of Kamala Harris, and blam, 400% increase. As you can see, it was pretty steady going through Labor Day, and then suddenly, blam, just huge numbers. It was somewhere between like 500 and 3,000 at the peaks here in this sort of wave between September 1st to September 10th. And then blam, this is huge right there.
The Swift effect now, because it's really unlike anything I've seen. We're seeing a 400 or 500% increase in people coming and trying to register to vote immediately following the debate and in that period after Taylor Swift posted on Instagram. And what's really remarkable about that is usually you'll see these increases and they kind of fade away. In this case, we've seen it continue through the last 2 days into today.
That's big news. That's big news because, I mean, Taylor Swift has hundreds of millions of followers all over. And it could certainly mean something for this race. Now, we already heard Donald Trump's response to this. He was very upset, but immediately sort of ignored it and decided to talk about, what was it, Mrs. Oh, God, I can't even remember her name. Wife of a football player. Kelsey? Was it Kelsey? His first? I can't think. I can't think of his name right now. My brain is broken. But yeah, basically, after hearing this, Trump immediately started coping very hard. Talking about other people who do like Trump, supposedly. I only like people who like me. Alright. Let's go here. CBS, 3 days ago. August CPI report shows 0.2% inflation rise month over month. Fed still expect to cut interest rates. Actually, wait. What? Why? Oh, no, Yep. I clicked the wrong video. Go back. Yep. Thank you.
Consumer prices rose last month while the annual inflation rate hit its lowest level since February 2021. The consumer price index rose 0.2% in August, same increase as July. Now, the 12-month inflation rate now sits at 2.5%. Core inflation was up, mostly due to a jump in housing prices. CBS News contributor Javier David is joining me now to break down what this report means. I hope it's good news. Walk us through the latest numbers.
So there's good, there's bad, there's ugly. So the good is headline came down 2.5 year over year, and recall that in 2021 or 2022, the high was 9.1%. So we're a long way from where we were. Core inflation is surprisingly elevated. I was surprised to see it sort of stuck above 3.2%. We went up a little bit month over month. So that's not so great.
Yeah, because that is above the Federal Reserve's supposed inflationary target for yearly core inflation of 2%. That's 50 or 60% over that target. That's all we're going to do on talking about that, but we are going to continue talking a little bit about the economy. Let's go here. These are all from CBS News. Nearly 1 in 4 millennial and Gen Z adults say they don't want kids due to finances.
More millennials and Gen Z adults are deciding not to have kids, and it appears one of the main reasons is money. According to a new survey from MassMutual, about 23% of adults ranging from 18 to 43 years old say they don't want children because they value their financial freedom and they have concerns about the cost of raising kids in today's economy. Joining me with more on this is CBS Money Watch Associate Managing Editor Amy Pitchey. Amy, thank you so much for being with us. I mean, look, I've got a 2.5-year-old. I'm still like deep in the diapers and all of that. It is expensive. The average family spends $700 a month alone just in childcare. Can you break down what other figures you found and how they've changed in recent years?
Yeah, I mean, there's an estimate out there about how much it costs to raise a child from birth to age 18, and it's about $240,000. That's about $13,000 a year on average. And that's up 20% from 2016. So, you know, that's things like, you know, inflation, but of course that precedes, you know, our inflationary hike after the pandemic. But it's just really expensive to raise a kid. And I think a lot of younger people, what we're seeing in these surveys, they're worried about it. They're worried about their ability to handle the cost of raising a kid. And they're worried about their ability to do the things that they want with their lives, their careers, their hobbies, their interests, you know.
Yep. Well, that's just real. I mean, shit is kind of fucked up. And beyond that, I mean, they talk more about some of the other reasons people in that particular age bracket, being millennials and Gen Zers, that, you know, the economy is not the only reason. There's also the climate and potential like professional opportunity being missed at their age right now. And it makes perfect sense. I mean, that's where I think a lot of us are. Let's go to here. This is again CBS News. This is from a day ago. Why some Americans are pessimistic about ever owning a home.
I don't want reality.
CBS News is kicking off a new series, the Money Watch Housing Guide, focused on helping you achieve the American dream. When it comes to housing, a CBS News poll showed that some Americans are not confident they'll ever reach the American dream. Of course, home buying is a huge part of that. CBS News correspondent Nancy Chen is here with us in Studio 57 with more. Nancy, so good to have you. Look, when it comes to the pessimism, it's not hard to understand why. Interest rates are high. The median home prices are high. What is the data showing in terms of achieving that home buying experience?
Yeah, and outside of just the data, you put your finger to the ground right now, and it feels like everyone is just so pessimistic, to use your word.
Yes.
There's been a little bit of relief recently, but this is still a historically difficult market. We have high mortgage rates and high home prices with, as you mentioned, low inventory. Would-be sellers, they aren't selling because they want to keep their mortgage rates, essentially locking up the market. No one's moving. There are simply not enough homes right now, and even with new home construction, they are not building enough of them and fast enough to meet the demand that is out there. One realtor we spoke to, she calls it the perfect storm, and it's affecting first-time home buyers the most. So we will be featuring that group specifically in one of our stories in that series next week.
We're hearing about this on the campaign trail when Harris unveiled her.
Okay, cool. And yes, like she's saying, I forget her name. We see this woman on the left all the time, but I don't know her name. But yeah, she's right. Kamala Harris did mention that she might, or that she plans on having a great number of homes built. What was the number? 30 million new homes? It was some huge number. The American dream is a scam? Yeah, well. As a fair point. That is a fair point. Was it 3 million? Sorry. That's smaller. Oh, wow, Jerry. It's a dark joke. It's a dark, dark joke. All right, let's go here. Let's go to AP Archive from 2 days ago. When an office turns into an apartment complex, who takes the 40-foot science mural?
It's science.
It's a fun accent.
Here outside the old, they had commissioned a history of science and that you don't.
What I feel with this piece, I feel a really great sense of reverence in many ways, from the fact that it reminds us of how far we've come in science.
I got a card error.
I would like to.
Okay, now it's in the lobby, so in my mind, nobody's getting this. It's a weird way to put it, AP. Because, once again, it's in the fucking lobby. It's gonna stay in the lobby. And I highly doubt they're gonna put apartments on the ground floor. I could be wrong, but, you know. I feel like that'd be weird. The feed is choppy for you? It might be just, I think it might, at least from what I can see right now, it looks fine. Maybe refresh your app, or close it and reopen it. Again. Alright, let's go here. Where apparently, in British Columbia, Canada, residents are concerned by short-term rentals acting like hotels in quiet neighborhoods.
Illegal.
Wait, it's worse again? Oh, it is worse again. Oh, goddamn.
They're advertising right on their site.
I see what you're talking about. Why is it choppy all of a sudden? That is so rude. Hold on. Please hold. Going back here. We're gonna wait till this works. Should not be doing that. Why is this happening to me?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
For the very soul of our nation, we have seen what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be.
Oh, I gotta click a line.
See what can be.
That helps. That looks better. That looks better. That looks way better.
What we know can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be.
Alright.
That there are no STR restrictions on this property because they have a license.
Darla McGuirk is among the growing number of people speaking out about short-term rental properties causing concerns in neighborhoods, including hers in the Lower Mission of Kelowna.
We didn't buy in this neighborhood to live in a hotel zone, and we've got a hotel operating full-time behind us.
The home is advertised as a private luxury oasis, but neighbors say for 2 years now it's been anything but an oasis for them.
All kinds of groups that come through, bachelorette parties, bachelor parties, large family, multi-family groupings, and they're very loud.
And while the home may have a license to operate, neighbors say the owners are breaking both the municipal bylaws and provincial legislation because it's not their primary residence.
It doesn't appear to be a home for anybody other than groups of people.
McGuirk has lodged complaints with both the province and city, which said it was investigating more than a year ago, and still no change. Earlier this week, we showed you a similar situation in the Upper Mission as residents fight to have what they call a party house permanently shut down.
The city would not speak to us on camera, but did tell us that a municipal license requires a homeowner to live at the property a minimum of 240 days per year. But proving
Did you see how nice those fucking houses are? Oh my god. That is wild. What do you think's in the mug? Ooh, yeah. I guess throw out some guesses. Feel free to guess away. I won't ruin it for anybody. Bovine thinks it's hot cocoa. Okay. I'll let people guess and then I'll tell you. Let's go here. Let's talk, actually, fuck. I gotta skip a gobble. Hey, we're moving so slow. I've been doing this too much. It looks like a delicious cappuccino. Irish coffee. Everybody's basically on the right track. Let's go here. This is from 2 days ago. Associated Press. Apparently, the U.S. Post Office in Georgia is getting new vehicles. They look kind of weird.
So these are some of the first vehicles on the road right here in Athens, and it's really going to be a 5-year process to roll these out across the country. So the first ones are out now. We're getting just under 100 this year, getting to the thousands next year, and then we're going to get up to 20,000 vehicles a year we're going to see rolling out and deployed onto the routes.
They kind of look like ducks, don't they? Duck trucks.
The oldest vehicles are from 1987, so they're well over 30 years of use now, up to 37 years. So as you might imagine, they're aging. Some of them are in worse shape than others, and as we roll out new vehicles, we're very strategic in trying to pull out the worst vehicles, keep the best ones on the road.
I love it because at first glance, it's different. However, it's designed in a way that somebody, you can tell that they didn't have appearance in mind. They had safety, they had the way we maneuver, they thought everything through.
Which is great. I mean, you need that. And I'm glad that the post office has taken into account worker safety and ergonomics into this new truck design, which is apparently specifically for the post office. So it's cool. Very cool. All right. Caffeinated whiskey. Yeah, if I'm being real, I put the mug up there. I think everybody's seen the mug. I made that mug as a potential what was I saying? Like a potential merchandise, like a merch opportunity. Gary, in Gary We Trust mugs, and I had it sitting on the desk. I was like, I need to put something in here, so yeah, I put some espresso and whiskey in here. I think that sounds like a good combination, don't you? And did a little of that fancy coffee art on the top of it, as you can see. Maybe you can't see, it's hard to tell. I feel like some people, depending on how big your screen is, it's easier to see. Like on this one, like on what I'm looking at, I can perfectly see everything. But I know some people are on phones, some people are on smaller devices. Louis DeJoy is planning on interfering with mail-in voting. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like a likely outcome. I can't believe he's still in charge of the post office. Let's go here. Talk a little bit about a company which has been in the news constantly this year. That company being Boeing, where workers have voted nearly unanimously to strike. Here's ABC News from a day ago.
Another big hit for Boeing. 30,000 workers walked off the job overnight, which could pose serious problems for the already troubled company. Alex Perez is on the scene at the main Boeing plant in Washington State. Good morning, Alex.
Hey, good morning, George. Workers hit the picket lines here at midnight. It remains unclear just how long this strike will last, but tens of thousands of employees voted and 96% said they support this strike.
This morning, 33,000 Boeing union members walking off the job.
Strike! Strike!
The company now bracing for production shutdowns after union members overwhelmingly rejected the latest contract offered by the troubled aviation company.
This is about respect. This is about addressing the past. And this is about fighting for our future.
Aircraft assembly workers, mainly here in Seattle, turning down Boeing's latest deal in which they offered a 25% pay raise over 4 years. But workers demanding more, claiming they haven't had a raise in 16 years.
I've been here for 37 years, and it's historically one of the worst contracts.
The union's initial demand was for a 40% raise over 3 years and a return to pensions instead of 401k contributions. Boeing's new CEO saying in a statement, "I know that we can get back on track, but a strike would put our shared recovery in jeopardy."
After the last, losing our pension, I'm not sure there's, at least me personally, there's a lot of trust there with the union.
Boeing
Yeah. I mean, this is big. This is very big. Now, got a little more to talk about. Got a couple more videos on this strike that's happening. What is this? CBS now.
More than 33,000 Boeing workers have had enough. They are now on strike after they overwhelmingly rejected Boeing's contract offer. So you're looking at some of the...
They killed pensions? They killed pensions years ago, if I'm not mistaken, and switched to 401ks. So many companies did. I know that you aren't an American, but that's been essentially the case across the board with most companies. And it's only been recently, with union pushes, that some places have seen a return to pensions. And it's not a lot. It's not a lot of places that have managed to do that.
Workers picketing outside the Everett facility in Washington State. This is from earlier today. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans joining us live now from Renton, south of Seattle, and where we can see that the workers are directly behind you. What's going on now, Carter?
So they walked off the job, Juliet, around midnight, and that's when the contract officially expired. The plant behind me is where they build 737 airplanes, and all production right now is halted. So what the workers rejected here was a contract offer, a tentative deal that the union management had agreed to tentatively that would have provided a 25% raise to workers over a period of 4 years. Now, the workers rejected
It's a lot
that.
less than 40 over 3.
94.6% of them voted not to accept this offer at all, and that 25% raise was at the...
That's a lot less. Okay, so 40 over 3 is like 13.33%, right? Per year increase. Whereas, what do they say? 25 over 4 years is less. It's like 6%. It's a half, less than half of what they were asking for.
It also included contributions to 401ks, extra days off, a reduction in mandatory overtime, some other things that they were asking for. But the one thing that these workers were really asking for was a
You didn't know that? Yeah, you know, some people just don't know that, and it's nothing crazy, especially because you're not in America and you're in Britain. It's less likely and less shocking that you don't. But it's been happening over the last couple of decades, I would say. Late 90s is when they first started thinking about it, like real hard, is like, can we get rid of pensions? And then they did, or at least, well, maybe it was even mid 90s. But yeah, no, it's been eroded. That particular supposed like expectation that many people had is now just evaporated. The pensions that the previous generation got are no longer being offered to this generation, right? New employees are not being offered pensions. They're being offered 401ks or other sorts of investment accounts, but no pensions.
Raise. Now, I know that sounds like a lot, but I actually went and talked with these folks here to see why they're so adamant about this number, 40% over 3 years. And they said, look, they're working off a contract that was last really negotiated in 2008 with just minimal, a couple of percentage point raises since then. So they say they've got to...
The last raise they got was garbage. It was basically a cost of living adjustment minus a few points back in 2008. That is wild. 16 years. They went. Okay. Now here is the CFO of Boeing. This is King 5 Seattle from a day ago. The CFO decided to address the strike. Let's see what they had to say. Oops, I'm clicking the wrong thing.
Over the last few days, it became very clear, loud and clear, with our union members that offer didn't meet the mark, and it was not acceptable. So there was a disconnect.
New at noon, we're hearing from Boeing's CFO. Brian West says the company was disappointed, but now all attention is focused on coming up with an agreement that addresses workers' concerns. He says CEO Kelly Ortberg is actively working toward a solution, adding that Boeing wants to return to the bargaining table. But in the meantime,
our immediate focus is to be laser-like focused on actions to conserve cash, and we will.
He says any financial impact will be...
Oh, phew. At least they're going to conserve cash. That's... yeah. That really gives us all a lot of solace. I'm sure the workers are thrilled to hear that. At least the company's going to be conserving cash while workers are on strike. How convenient. You need Ted Cruz to lose. Is there any particular or specific reason you need Ted Cruz to lose? Are you moving to Texas? All right. It's just funny. I'm just amused by that. I mean, I would love to see Ted Cruz lose. Don't get me wrong. He's a shitty person. He sucks. But I'm just interested in knowing if there was like a very particular reason for your dislike of Ted, or do you have like money on him losing? I don't know. I'm just riffing. All right, let's go here. ABC News from 2 days ago. The state of U.S. transportation. Alright, it wasn't actually labeled the state of U.S. transportation. I made that title up. Real title. Train slams into 18-wheeler carrying military vehicle in South Carolina. That military vehicle being a tank, which was on an 18-wheeler, which got split in half by that train, as you just saw. Okay. What next? I just figured I'd throw that in there. I don't know why. I saw it and I was like, what in the fuck? And I couldn't help myself. Let's go here. I find this fascinating. We're gonna end things. We're gonna end the US portion of this stream with this here video. This is CBS News from a day ago. Fire Festival creator announces second attempt after first failed event ended with him in prison.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oprah Winfrey is diving into the world of artificial intelligence in a new special airing tonight on ABC.
No, Oprah. You have no time for this. We must move on.
It is time for What to Watch. And you may remember in 2017, the so-called Fire Festival was exposed as a notorious scam which sent its founder, Billy McFarland, to prison for fraud. Well, sold with some splashy ads featuring popular models teasing the best food, art, music, and adventure on a private island in the Bahamas. Festival goers who paid thousands of dollars for tickets showed up to half-built FEMA tents instead of luxury villas. McFarland now claims his organization, or he's organizing rather, something called Fire Festival 2, even as he still owes millions to his victims. Ashley.
Well, maybe Maybe he can repay some of his victims with the new money that he gets. Although that feels like just sort of continuing his bad choices. Sort of like a, what do you call it? Like a pyramid scheme on top of a pyramid scheme. What's the name for that?
Joins us now for a little bit more on this. She is a magazine reporter for the Wall Street Journal. All right. Got so many questions for you. So, you know, the festival's demise led to a federal investigation. McFarlane went to prison over this. He, you know, is accused of defrauding investors, leaving a lot of people on the hook. He owes $26 million. My question to you is, why is he doing this, and who is fronting him the money? Who's investing in this?
Great question.
Well, so to your second question first, who is fronting the money? He still has not disclosed who exactly his business partners are, but he claims that there is a company that has purchased a 51% stake in Fire Media, which has it controls Firefest.
Wait, Fire Media is still a company?
They're the ones organizing all of the behind-the-scenes logistics. So
I'm
he
confused.
supposedly is not doing any of the sort of actual logistical work. Now, as to why is he doing this? Well, he does owe about $26 million still to investors, and he sees.
Wait, so he went to jail, but the company still exists. Fire Media still exists. The Ja Rule collab that he did, the app. I'm pretty sure that's what Fire Media is, right?
As a way to recoup some of the money that
I'm
he
blown
needs
away.
to pay back the people that he still owes.
So I watched not one, but two documentaries on this.
We all did, okay? This is not shocking to anybody, okay? We all watched both of them. Or at least I think we did. I couldn't get enough of this particular story myself, so I watched both the Netflix and the Hulu documentaries. Just like she has.
I think we were all fascinated by this spectacular failure. So is what he's saying is that he's guaranteeing that, you know, we're not going to have a redo because he's not in charge. Because if I recall, he had basically zero experience pulling off something like this.
Oh, yeah. He had definitely never organized an event, you know, regardless of a music festival or whatever. He had not organized an event of that scale ever before. So I guess this will technically be his first time if it succeeds, even though it's called Firefest.
How can you can't call it his first time? That is too fair. You're being, I mean, it's not even fair. That is just wrong. This is gonna be his second time. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I am so excited to see how everything goes for Firefest 2. Couldn't be more thrilled for part 2 on this whole situation. It was the part 2 that none of us knew that we needed, and that we now have. Why is this so quiet? There we go. That's better. Okay, well, I hope everybody has been enjoying this show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. It really helps out the show. If you've done both of those things already, and you're looking for other ways to contribute, well, here's an option. You could become a Galactic patron on Patreon by clicking the link in chat or on my YouTube and Twitch bios. And for just a few US dollars a month, gain access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like adding a pic or a GIF as a personal avatar here on this screen or on some of the other ones that we do during these breaks. Yeah, and if you are, for some reason, opposed to Patreon, we have all sorts of other ways for you to contribute. You could go on to my Twitch, you could go on to Cash App, or even PayPal. That's right, we've been diversifying here at the Galactic News Network, making it even easier for you to help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Alright, well, enjoy this quick space break. perhaps grab yourselves a drink or a snack, and I'll be right back. Dropping that over and over again. That's good. It's optimal. Okay, I'm back. Dropping things as usual. And it's time for the second half of the show. That's right, chat. Get back to your seats quickly, as we've got more to talk about, Space Fams. Alright, back to my office. By the way, what does everybody think about the new sort of vibe of The Office? Just wondering. I mean, I personally am a huge fan of it, but I'm very biased because I did it myself. Okay, enough about me. Let's get to the climate crisis.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Could you drop by?
Let's start here. This is NBC Bay Area from a day ago. California's newest effort at recycling drink containers coming to the Bay Area.
Now to our climate and crisis. It'll finally be easier for us to get cash back for our empty beverage containers. Hundreds of new recycling drop-off sites are coming to the state, including the Bay Area. Now you may also start noticing reverse vending machines like at places like Smart and Final. And you'll simply put in your empty bottles to get the CRV money back. And more neighbors could also see a mobile recycling option. The funding comes.
I'm just going to point this out to everyone, as I feel like most people here probably know this because we've talked about it in the past, but plastics recycling is incredibly ineffective and wasteful and not a solution to the problem, really. Should we be recycling the plastic that we are producing? Yes. The fact is most plastics that are produced aren't recyclable. Many of them are not. And only specific ones are going to be accepted by these ones, obviously. But these machines have existed for decades. They've been in New York and other states for years. I could have sworn they were in California too, but apparently not. Well, it hasn't solved it yet. And it's not going to be solving it until we switch over to aluminum and glass instead of plastic and as many possible things. We are going to still have a serious problem as it relates to the plastic production and what it's doing to the environment. Let's move along. I honestly just wanted that to shit on it. 30 seconds of a minute video just to say, no, you're stupid. Bad plan. Because really, I feel like a lot of stuff with this is allowing us to tell ourselves that we're doing fine. Oh, I'm recycling this bottle right now, everything's fine. No, wrong. Everything's not fine. That bottle didn't solve it. We actually have a whole bunch of work to do, and it just, I don't know, I think it just gives people a false sense of something. And once again, I'm not saying we shouldn't be recycling. Can't be more clear on that. All right. Let's talk a little bit more about stuff happening here in California. ABC News from a day ago. 4.7 magnitude earthquake shakes Los Angeles area. As you probably already know, the Los Angeles area has been dealing with about 3 massive wildfires all at once, sort of surrounding the city. And at the same time, they got hit by a nearly 5 magnitude earthquake.
And we're also following some breaking news about the USGS saying a 4.7 magnitude earthquake hit the area with an epicenter north of Malibu. ABC's Melissa Adan joins me now from Whitewood, California. Melissa, let's start with the earthquake. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, so Diane, initially, we got reports of a 5-point magnitude earthquake that came in. In fact, I'm out here covering the wildfires, and so we were up in the mountain area, and we've moved down here in San Bernardino County, kind of some of the foothill areas, and I got an alert on my phone. That's the MyShake app that alerted me that an earthquake was happening. And then, in fact, of course, that's when the reports started coming in, started hearing online of the chatter of exactly where we saw this earthquake. But then we've seen the reports now get downgraded of the magnitude and size of that earthquake, about 4.1 that we're reading, so that's going down, but it was hitting in Malibu. And so that's always what's really interesting, Diane, even where the epicenter is, right? It went down from Malibu. We had reports all along the coast here up through Los Angeles, even down to Long Beach, of people feeling it, and then in some of the inland communities, it can be kind of...
I don't think that this stuff here is for the earthquake. I think that whoa, what in the fuck was that? My sound, I just had some weird blip happen on my sound system, or at least on my audio. What was I saying? Oh, I'm pretty sure all this stuff here, these signs and the National Guard there, are here for the fires that have been happening. There's an app to tell you when you're experiencing an earthquake. Right, that's correct. You did hear that right. It's here to tell you when you've experienced something. Just in case you didn't know that you had experienced it, then you'll know for sure that you did. You see how that's helpful? Okay. Now, apparently, there's been record-breaking seismic activity in the California area recently.
Southern California, the latest quake in what's been a record year of quakes, 4.0 or higher. This one, a 4.7, centered near Malibu, felt by millions up to 60 miles away, followed by multiple aftershocks. ABC's Kana Whitworth is in Malibu Canyon tonight. That's right near the epicenter.
Tonight, a 4.7 magnitude earthquake rattling millions in Southern California.
Felt like God was holding our house and shaking it and saying, get out.
Our Los Angeles station KABC.
Oh, we got an earthquake.
Live streaming when it hit.
We're shaking pretty good.
And at this cafe in Malibu.
It felt like it was the big one for a moment.
Cashier Rosa Sanchez getting an emergency alert.
I got a message on my phone saying that there was an earthquake happening, to drop and cover.
And listen to how it sounded on this home security camera in Oak Park. Cameras capturing the moment a bald eagle soars, startled by the shaking. Officials say the epicenter was near Malibu, but the quake felt...
Okay, all right. But yeah, California has been having a lot of earthquakes recently. All up and down the fault there. It's the same for the other states north of California, if I'm not mistaken, Oregon and Washington as well. All right, now let's talk about those fires, which I referenced a moment ago. Here's KCAL news from a day ago. Bridge fire continues to burn as containment remains at 0%.
spot right now.
And welcome to KCAL News Tonight at 8, and thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Chauncey Glover. Susie Suh has the night off. Well, 3 large fires still burning here in Southern California tonight. The Bridge Fire in LA and San Bernardino counties is the biggest fire, destroying homes and charring more than 51,000 acres so far, and still no containment. KCAL News reporter Luzdelia Caballero begins our team coverage tonight from Wrightwood.
The Carter Vasquez family left heartbroken, losing their home, their bed and breakfast, and several cars like this one. This used to be one of their long RVs. It is gone. We also want to show you in just a bit their home. All you can see is part of the foundation here. We talked to them earlier. They were hoping to come home to salvage
0%. They were at 5% last time. I think the fire you're thinking of is the line fire, which was at 5% last time. You're not wrong about that. You're not losing your mind. This is the other. Remember, there's 3 different fires happening all simultaneously, all in the California. I mean, in the Los Angeles area. They're all named something different.
something inside of their home's property, but as you can see, there's nothing left. Terrifying moment Tuesday as the bridge fire burned everything in its path.
How are you feeling right now?
Mixed feelings, very overwhelmed.
Novelle Carter Vasquez is overwhelmed but thankful she and her family were able to get out.
We got the RV started and we looked up at the mountains and fire was coming down towards us. So we got out there just in time. We can use the stove right here.
Adding she'd been putting a lot of important possessions in their RV for the last year.
That's just in case a fire happens in Wrightwood, because it has happened in the past. Yeah, all the comforts of home, we you know.
So this will be their home for now, until they're able to square everything out with their insurance.
That's Javon. He's about maybe 10 years
old. Oh my God.
So thankfully, everyone, including their turtle, is okay. But their livelihood, a bed and breakfast they ran, is gone.
So we had all these.
I love that they've got the turtle in the fucking shower. Oh my God, that was too funny. I was not ready for that.
Spot fires, and then eventually the spot fires just took over. Our house is such a strong inferno because it's a log house, you know.
The only thing that's standing on the property they've lived on for the last 22 years is the massage and facial cottage.
We were surprised. The fire must have went right around that.
And are you thinking about rebuilding?
Probably not.
As you can see, some parts of Wrightwood are completely devastated.
Jesus.
Others, like Mountain High Resort, saved. As for the Carter Vasquez family, they're sitting tight, just waiting to see where they'll go next.
So
man, we watch a lot of these, but it's still hard to imagine what it would be like to see your entire life go up in flames and then have to consider what you're gonna do now. Just suddenly have to, you know? I mean, some people have some stuff to go back to, and I feel like you would almost, now that I think about it, I feel like in some ways it would almost be harder to go back and root through the ashes to try and salvage things. Although I'm sure, you know, even one or two little trinkets or memories are probably, you know, what's the word? I can't do emotions right now. Let's keep this going. ABC News from a day ago. State of emergency as wildfires rage in California.
Out west, firefighters are also battling multiple fast-moving blazes as an arson suspect faces a judge in court. Mola Lengi has the story.
Well, good morning, Rebecca. The 3 wildfires currently burning in Southern California have collectively scorched more than 170 square miles. They've destroyed dozens and dozens of homes. Some folks returning to find their homes burnt down to the foundations.
This morning, tens of thousands of people in Southern California faced with tragedy as 3 major wildfires wreak havoc.
When it was coming over the ridge this way, and the way it was blowing with the wind, I knew it was over for me.
David Mix evacuating his family home in Mount Baldy after fleeing the bridge fire's flames, later returning to see what's left of it.
This house went through so many snowstorms, it protected us from a flood.
We spoke to Thomas and Ryan Lamoth, also losing their home to the fires.
There was a lot special about that place. And I know we're never going to be able to make it the way it was.
The father-son duo barely making it out of the inferno alive.
Our road was just an inferno. It was just a wall of fire.
So far this year, more than 988,000 acres have burned across California. Officials charging 34-year-old Justin Wayne Halstenberg in connection with the line fire. Authorities believe he also set off 2 other fires the same day.
Well, the arson suspects being held on.
So this guy, it seems like, is to blame for all 3 fires around LA, which are just basically destroying an entire portion of the state right now. It's incredible. I cannot believe this man. It felt that this was an acceptable thing to do, or that, I mean, clearly he felt it was acceptable, but like, it just fucking mystifies me. It defies all reason that somebody would do something like this. And it's not the first case of somebody setting a fire this year that we've seen. Amidst all the other fires that were set naturally or accidentally, we've seen cases of human beings intentionally setting fires that have devastated in different portions of California. It's just insane. Hard to accept, really. That guy sucks? Yes. Yes, you are right. He does suck. Allegedly. Where were we? What was that? ABC. Okay. Let's go here. KTLA5 from a day ago. SoCal wildfires. Latest updates on airport, bridge, and line fires. Alright, we're going to hit all 3 fires one go. See how that goes.
Thousands of structures remain threatened this morning as the bridge fire continues to spread across San Bernardino and LA County.
Yeah, it has blackened more than 51,000 acres with no containment. KTLA's Aaron Myers is live in Pinion Hills with the latest. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning to you both. We know that this fire has destroyed about 40 structures in the Mount Baldy and Wrightwood areas mostly, and there are still mandatory evacuations in place. You can see here behind me we have the CHP and the National Guard. This is the 138 at the 2 leading up to Wrightwood, where one of those evacuation orders still in place. But let's get into some video of what firefighters have been dealing with. Officials say they saw minimal fire growth yesterday due to reduced wind speeds and higher humidity. Top priorities for firefighters continue to be structure protection and defending communities. Now, we know yesterday they did not have a lot of growth, but they continued those water and retardant drops in areas. They also worked on building.
Donald Trump told us to sweep the forest. All we have to do is sweep the forests. If you just did a little better at the raking, we wouldn't have any problems.
Along the fire's edge, trying to strengthen containment lines. We're told they're also putting out hot spots and just doing some mop up in certain areas as well. Conditions, though, have been more favorable. Take a listen.
The temperatures dropped, the humidity came up, the winds weren't bad. That really gives us a chance to get a strong foothold and get in there and really start doing some work.
Now, the fire started Sunday afternoon, but Wednesday it tore through Wrightwood, destroying homes and vehicles. Thousands had to evacuate, and Governor Gavin Newsom did declare a state of emergency for the bridge, airport, and line fires. As for those evacuation orders in place, we'll go ahead and show you those. They're still for Wrightwood, the East Fork communities of Camp Williams Resort, and the river community near the resort, along with Mount Baldy and Pinion Hills, residents in those areas. Several road closures as well, and you can find those on KTLA.com. Now, back here live, Eric, as you said, the fire still has 0% containment, but we do know firefighters will be having a briefing this morning, and we do hope for updated numbers on that. We're told officials plan on holding a meeting tomorrow for residents. We know it at least will stream on Facebook, but they are trying to find an area for them to have it in person as well, and we'll get you that information when we can. Reporting live.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not going super great. He's the fire starter. The twisted fire starter. Allegedly. Allegedly. Okay. We don't know for sure, even though there's a bunch of evidence. Where were we? France 24. No, I'm gonna skip this one. Let's go to CBS News here. We don't need France to tell us about our fires, okay? Fuck you, France. CBS News from a day ago.
All right, let's turn our video feeds now to the West Coast. Justin Wayne Holstenberg, set to be arraigned today. He's the man accused of starting the devastating line fire currently ravaging San Bernardino County in California. CBS News senior national environmental correspondent Ben Tracy has been following these fires all week. Joins us now for more. And first things first, Ben, what do we know about the suspect and his charges?
Well, he's 34 years old. He's from Norco, California, which is that same area where the line fire started. And investigators say that he actually tried to start the fire multiple times, 2 times, and then on the 3rd time, he was successful. And that is the fire that we now...
Wow. Tried 3 different times. Have they ruled out Chinese space lasers?
China!
No. No, my understanding, they have not ruled out Chinese space lasers, nor will they ever. Probably because no one's looking into that, out of sheer insanity. Same thing for Jewish space lasers. I haven't seen any laser activity from my personal, perch up here in low Earth orbit, so... I think that's enough evidence. That's as much evidence as we need, really, for that particular theory.
Known as the line fire, which has burned through 37,000 acres, impacting about 100,000 people. Now, he is now charged with multiple counts of arson. They say that he used incendiary devices to start this fire. His mother is actually defending him in a text to the Los Angeles Times. She apparently said he did not start this fire, but clearly investigators feel otherwise, and that's why he is in court this morning.
Absolutely devastating. So, Ben, is there any sign these fires might stop burning soon? What have you heard?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of encouraging signs. I mean, right behind me here, this mountainside is where the fire here, the airport fire, had been burning, and as you can see, it's not happening anymore. And what looks like smoke up there is actually fog. We had a very thick, what we call a marine layer here in California that came in this morning. That has dropped the temperatures down dramatically. It's added a lot of moisture to these areas. So firefighters are actually very encouraged. They think they're going to be able to get the upper hand on these fires and really boost those containment levels. We're not seeing any sort of kind of active flame situation on any of these fires anymore. So that gives firefighters a day where they can build containment lines and hopefully keep these from spreading further.
Oh, Ben, that's good news, because I truly thought that was smoke behind you, so welcome the fog. Ben Tracy, Ben, thank you. All right,
That's great news. I'm sure we can just wrap it up there and not worry at all. Wait. Nope. I'm sorry. NBC LA from 8 hours ago. Bridge fire continues to rage as SoCal's largest active wildfire. It sounds bad.
As we mentioned, the largest active wildfire burning in Southern California is the Bridge Fire. The nearly 53,000-acre blaze continues to burn in L.A. and San Bernardino counties this morning. And NBC4's Annette Ariola is live and right with this morning with the look at the damage ahead of the community meeting tonight. Annette, good morning. How are things out there?
Michelle, good morning to you. Hello, everybody. Well, as you mentioned, we are straddling county lines. Right now, we are standing in San Bernardino County, but if we just take a look right over here, you'll see the sign. No more than 50 feet away from us is LA County, and all around us, what you're going to see is scorched earth. This is where the flames just ripped through a few days ago, coming so dangerously close to all of those homes right there that are tucked up along the hillside. Right now, the bridge fire has burned 52,487 acres. Containment only at 3%, with over 2,400 firefighters on the ground actively working on this incident. Now, the bridge fire broke out last weekend in the Angeles National Forest, with strong wind gusts fanning those flames north into Mount Baldy, crossing over to Highway 2 and placing mandatory evacuation orders for all residents living in Wrightwood. Now, officials say 13 structures have been destroyed here in town. We spoke with one homeowner who lost their business and is now trying to pick up the pieces.
I want to cry, and I did cry for a little while after the realization is setting in. I did. But if it wasn't for the community and friends and family members, I don't think I would have held up as strong.
Now, fire officials telling us that there is still a threat to Mount Baldy and to Wrightwood. If you come out here, what you're going to see, you're not going to see those open flames that we saw a few days ago, but there is still a lot of heat on the ground. There are a lot of hot spots smoldering. So the big concern is here that once we get a daylight, you get that sunlight hitting the hillsides and on those hot spots, when the winds pick up, well, those will become open flames again and could put a lot of these homes back in danger. And that's why when you drive around the town, Michelle, what you're going to see is a lot of those fire engines strategically placed all around these hillsides, going ahead and doing further structure protection, because again, we have seen small embers still lighting up the hillsides here, the slopes, and again, those could pick up and become large enough flames to threaten all these homes right here. So again,
okay. That is seemingly a completely out of control situation. Only 3% contained. Even though right now the flames are subdued, things are still technically burning. We'll see how that all plays out, and thankfully they have the fire crews there doing as much as they can to prevent any further destruction. Ow. Okay, let's go here to the Associated Press from a day ago. Colorado town reacts to a plan to extract gold from mining waste. What is that? What is that in chat? Sticks Dragon, what are you trying to do to me right now?
I remember neighbors talking about when the river used to come down orange, how it used to get cleaned on its own and then come back orange again.
Nearly 2 centuries of mining have come at a cost for the historic Colorado town of Leadville. Although its river now runs clear and is a sought-after destination for recreation, piles of old mine waste still pollute the soil and water. The Environmental Protection Agency has been cleaning it up for decades. One company says it can help. It would extract more gold and silver from the old mining piles and properly dispose of the new waste.
The idea of reprocessing old waste is as old as mining is itself. And these dumps have been processed and reprocessed since probably 1910, 1920. Today, we're coming back to these. They have value, and more importantly, they need to be cleaned up.
The waste would be trucked to a nearby mill, crushed to powder, washed in cyanide to extract trace amounts of precious metals.
Oh, that sounds environmentally friendly.
That material is placed in a lined facility to prevent metals, any other kind of metals, or any other deleterious materials from leaching into the environment?
I think that's my biggest issue right now, is that realistically, how well can they really prevent this from happening? I have a 14-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 6-year-old. So definitely creates for me a concern of their generations, how that's going to affect them and their children and so on.
Backers say the Leadville proposal would speed cleanup work that's languished for decades. They speak of a circular economy for mining, where leftovers get repurposed and virgin land is protected. Yet for some residents, reviving the city's depressed mining industry and stirring up waste piles brings them back to a polluted past they don't want to revisit.
We're sitting in a river that 20 years ago, fish couldn't survive in. Now it's arguably the longest stretch of gold medal fishing, not just in Colorado, but in the country. Why risk that? You know, there are other
Good question.
historic mining towns in Colorado that have even more potential gold to be extracted out of them. So I have to ask, why Leadville?
Because they see a potential profit. Midwest. Now let's go to the East Coast. Go to New York first, I guess. Actually, no, we're gonna skip this one. So we're gonna skip New York. This is not necessary. Let's go to this. Associated Press from 28 hours ago. Let's go to Mexico. After a month of living in black sewage waters, apparently residents of Mexico's Chalco remain anxious. No kidding.
What you talking about?
Oh my
Estuvimos inundados
God.
aproximadamente un mes, 5 días.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What in the fuck are we looking at? And how has this been going on without us knowing about it for this long? This is insane. This is fucking crazy. It's just black, you know, knee height water just throughout the city. Okay. Sorry, I'm fine. Hold on, I gotta turn the volume down. We were flooded for approximately 1 month and 5 days. We cannot work. I cannot have my kids here with me. I had to send them away. I am taking out my furniture because it got spoiled. We have nowhere to sleep. We cannot sleep when we see the water level go up. And yeah, well, sure, makes sense. With the fear that it gets too high, yeah, makes perfect sense. Oh my God, the smell, as you can probably tell, is horrible. So imagine eating here. Imagine sleeping. You can't. No, I'm trying and it's rough. It's difficult. For over 7 days, my baby was vomiting and had diarrhea. I took her to a doctor and to another and another, and it wasn't until I sent her away that she got better. Oh my God. Fundamentally, the water that is flooding. Oh, sorry. Sorry, he is talking super fast. Fundamentally, the water that is flooding Chalco is rainwater. It is related to the drainage that cannot capture all of the water. And Mexico City has a very complex drainage system. And one of the lowest areas in Mexico City is Chalco, because it was once a lake. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, so yeah, this entire area is a former lake emptied out by man's means, and you know, here we are. It's trying to be a lake, really bad. This year we had a rainfall that hasn't occurred in the last 5 years. This change was caused by climate change, and because of the clogged drain due to a lack of maintenance, and these rains that have been much more torrential, it has generated floods in lower areas. It has flooded before, but up to the sidewalk. Not higher than that. But this year, the water levels were much higher. They're starting sanitation and cleaning work. So they're just like, I think that's just lye. Or something like that, that they're just throwing into the streets to help sanitize everything. Good God, this is disgusting and horrifying. And I can't believe this is the first time we're talking about this, considering that I feel like I'm on top of all of this stuff. Pretty good, right, people? Am I not on top of most of the extreme weather events most days? And I'm shocked that we're only hearing about it now after it's done. You would think we would have been talking about this for the last month. Okay. Well, I do hope that they manage to fucking clean that up for themselves and get their city to be healthy for them to live in. But it does sound like they, you know, gonna be experiencing potentially more problems like this, being at the elevation they're at, and the way that climate stuff seems to be going these days, unless we do some real work here. Maybe going back to Chalco in the future. Although it sounds like they could address some things relating to the drainage, at least. I mean, you've seen other countries deal with some of these things, other cities in the United States as well. Although it all costs, you know, varying degrees of a shit ton of money. Alright, let's go here. Reuters from a day ago. Hundreds of thousands of Cubans grapple with water shortages. Hundreds of thousands of Cubans are experiencing water shortages. As officials blame crumbling infrastructure and a lack of fuel. Makes sense.
Depend on water coming in. If water arrives, the tank.
I mean, the fact is, I mean, look at these trucks. These trucks are old. These are incredibly old trucks because there's an embargo on Cuba. They have nothing new in Cuba because the United States basically blocks Cuba from getting anything. Like, these are trucks from, like, good God, these are from like the 50s.
We depend on water coming in. If water arrives, the tanks are filled. If it doesn't come, we can't provide water. When they cut off power, we can't give water. One thing depends on the other, and that's the game we play.
Bolivian firefighters continue to battle some of the worst wildfires the country has ever seen. Large portions.
Sometimes you like to pretend the Cubans are from a country called Cube. Well played. That's funny.
The territory have been engulfed by flames for several weeks now, and even with help from abroad, the fires are out of control. Already more than 7.5 million acres of land have burnt so far, putting Bolivia on track for a record year of fires. Protesters in La Paz blame the government.
I like that bear outfit.
Please realise what is really happening in the country. We've lost millions of hectares, millions of animals have been burnt to death, and it's not fair.
Activists say that by encouraging the expansion of soy and beef exports, the government has fuelled the burning of rainforests to turn into farmland. Wildfires not only destroy the Amazon, they also cause dangerous levels of air pollution, many schools closing their doors to avoid people going outside. Brazil too is facing a difficult start to the fire season, and the country's space institution says smoke has already covered about 60% of the territory already.
Yeah, that's not great.
Partly caused by severe drought, President Lula da Silva says the Amazon is suffering its worst in more than 40 years.
We're certain these events are going to be more frequent over time, and therefore I will submit a provisional measure to the National Congress to create the legal framework for climate emergency.
Okay. What? Donald James is blocked? Where? Not here. I see your messages. Sleazy P Mart. The fuckiny does Sleazy P Mart the fuckini does a stream every Saturday, but you don't go there. Okay, interesting. I've never heard of them, but it's probably better. It's probably for the best, you know. You can be here instead. Okay. What next? You don't want to think about it, you'll be upset. Okay. Yeah, we don't have to talk about it. I mean, you just put a very detailed message in chat, so. Yeah. I feel like it could have been expected. This could have been foreseen. Alright, let's go to Greenland. BBC News from a day ago. Apparently, a Greenland tsunami shook the earth for 9 days straight.
Researchers say they've solved the mystery of the origins of the seismic signal that shook the Earth for 9 days last September. They've pinned it down to a massive landslide which caused a tsunami in a remote fjord in Greenland. The risk of these Arctic landslides is increasing because of climate change, according to scientists, as Victoria Gill reports.
A land continuously carved and moulded by vast glaciers. But in one fjord in the east of Greenland, a seismic event has transformed the landscape here forever.
So we're seeing here a sort of a simulation of how this seismic signal travelled around the world. When we run this, we'll start to see this wave.
This animation shows the signal that baffled scientists for 9 days in September of last year. The dots are seismic monitors around the world, picking up vibrations from something happening in Greenland. At the same time that scientists were puzzling over that, a team working in Greenland received a report of a large tsunami in the east of the country. These photographs show what caused it, a huge landslide into this fjord. Look at the mountaintop in this image taken before the event. And look at it afterwards. The top of the mountain is gone, collapsed into the fjord, taking parts of the glacier with it. The scientists analysed the depth and shape of this narrow 200-kilometre-long fjord, and that revealed why the tsunami the landslide caused reverberated around the world for so long. The wave was essentially trapped.
The energy of that wave just can't escape. So that wave has to just keep bouncing back and forth, sloshing back and forth in the fjord. It just can't go anywhere. Never before has such a long duration sort of large-scale movement of water, over 9 days in this case, been observed.
That's wild. That's a wild explanation. There's just a ton of energy trapped at the top of the planet, I guess, sloshing back and forth in one spot, causing a massive wave that was felt throughout the entire Earth. Just incredible to think about. Alright, where are we? I just thought that was a fucking wild story. I recall hearing like whatever, like something about it when it happened, but there being no explanation. So it's kind of nice to have the explanation, not gonna lie. One less mystery. Thank you very much. All right, let's go here. Go to United Kingdom. Channel 4 news from a day ago. High Court blocks plan for UK's first new deep coal mine in 30 years. Hey, good job, High Court.
The strength of feeling against the proposed Whitehaven mine runs as deep as the coal beneath.
Dear friends, I can now tell you, we won!
In more than a decade, noisy campaigners have never sounded quite like this. Sheer delight from Cumbria to the High Court in London, where the judge ruled in their favour.
We're absolutely delighted about the decision today. It's a fantastic news for the environment. It's fantastic news for the campaigners locally and nationally who've been fighting against this mine for many years. The mine should never have been given permission in the first place, and we hope this is the beginning of the end for the project.
I do feel vindicated. I knew that the coal under the Irish Sea wasn't good for making steel. It had already been rejected.
Making steel was the purpose behind West Cumbria Mining's plan to extract coking coal here. Yet 2 years ago, this programme exclusively reported that the British steel industry didn't require the coal, as it moved towards electric arc furnaces instead. Despite that declining domestic demand for the coal, West Cumbria Mining's plan was given the go-ahead by the government in December 2022, until that all changed today. In quashing that decision, the High Court judge said that the assumption that the mine wouldn't increase greenhouse gas emissions was legally flawed. At the heart of that, a recent Supreme Court ruling over the Horse Hill oil well in Surrey, meaning downstream emissions, or in other words, the effect of burning the coal that would have been extracted here, must be properly considered. A judgment that's gone down badly in Whitehaven.
If you had been president, this never would have happened. Okay, I believe that, Schmegley. I believe that. Yeah, it's good to hear, because Britain's been having something of a struggle. The UK has been sort of having a difficult time with trying to grapple with green energy and trying to put an end to these sorts of industries. You know, we've been seeing sort of both ends of it there in the old British Isles. Schmegley for president, 2028. Yes, if only Schmegley was president, nobody would have to be worrying about coal or wars or anything else. Let's go to Romania. This is France 24 from 4 hours ago, because apparently floods have hit Romania over the last day, killing at least 4 people and causing devastation to the area.
Yeah, I've moved to Wałbrzych, which is a city bordering the Czech Republic, and here the rain is falling hard outside. The wind is blowing as well. The streets are mainly empty as local authorities advised people to stay home unless, of course, in case of emergency. But in reality, the shops are open, the restaurants as well, and cars and buses can still drive quite smoothly on the road without any problem. However, the surrounding areas are not so lucky. The consequences of the rain are already to be seen, not as much as you said as in Romania, but still some streets are flooded, some bridges as well are closed at the Czech border. And more importantly, some cities have also been evacuated in the south of Poland last night and during the course of the day. So the heavy rains should last until Monday here, and public authorities warned that the worst is yet to come, unfortunately, for the south of Poland. The unprecedented level of rain from 1997 has already been reached in some cities bordering Czech Republic.
Okay.
It's been nearly 6 years.
Alrighty, we're gonna take another quick intermission here. If you haven't already, make sure to hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Very important right now. We're still trying to get to 500 subs on YouTube, so hit that button. If you'd like to support the stream even more, I would encourage you to become a Galactic patron on Patreon for just a few US dollars a month. Gain access to a whole bunch of super sweet space benefits. Stuff like shoutouts, exclusive content, space avatars like you see all around me here, and much, much more. Maybe that's it. Okay. I'm back. Well, everybody, final half of the show is about to commence, so get back to your seats and we will get to the global half of the show. Oh no. What have I done? Oh, this is horrifying. Oh god. I just realized I've done something I don't think I've ever done. I don't know how this has happened. We've gotten to the final half of the show. And I don't think I have any space news. I have no space news. This never happens, people. This is an unexpected and shocking twist. We're gonna just go straight to Earth news from around the globe. Let's start South America, I guess. Weird. I don't even know. I don't even know what to do. I feel very strange. Doesn't feel right. Everything about this is wrong. Oh boy. Okay, let's go to another place where things are going awry. Argentina, where the economy is in crisis. Al Jazeera English from a day ago. We'll be okay. And maybe you might be okay. I don't know if I'm gonna be okay though. I'm still struggling with it right now as we speak.
They're a lifeline for millions of people in a time of economic strife. Soup kitchens in Argentina are showing the impact of President Javier Milei's intensive austerity policies. Romina Almada is pregnant and traveled for more than an hour to pick up food for her 5 children in the capital. That's because the soup kitchen in her community is no longer getting supplies from the national government.
We had set up a place to feed dozens of people in the community, but since Milei took office, we had to close it down because we were not getting food. So I come here to take back what I can for my kids and other children there.
The government has halted the distribution of food and started to investigate soup kitchens and those running them, accusing them of irregularities. Milei continues to push ahead his economic agenda by providing incentives for foreign investors and with a zero deficit plan that includes increases in the price.
What a piece of shit. Well, the people's star, Javier Milei, continues to give financial incentives to foreign investors. What a nice guy. Here is the self-styled Trump of South America. It's not me saying that. He's the one who came up with that, I think. I think he's the one who, because he's a big fan of Donald Trump, so I think he started calling himself the Trump of South America. Dude sucks, one way or the other. Anybody else keep hearing the cutouts on the audio, or is it just me? Is that happening to everyone?
of healthcare, medicines and food, while slashing subsidies for utility services and transport.
We are making the most ambitious and profound structural reforms in recent decades that will encourage innovation, the growth of companies, and ultimately the growth of all Argentines.
But this is happening as levels of poverty have jumped to at least 55% of the population.
Millions of people in Argentina depend on food banks and soup kitchens like this one. I'm told that over 3,000 people are coming to this place to pick up food every day. It's just an example of the economic hardship that people in this country are facing these days.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like all these austerity measures that Javier Milei here decided to take. It doesn't seem like they've been going super good for the people. Going great for foreign multinational corporations and himself, seemingly. That's what I'm seeing, at least. It sounds good to you? Fantastic. Then it must be my headphones. I just unplugged and replugged them in. Hopefully it was just something like that. Alright, let's go across the pond to the UK. Channel 4 news from 2 days ago. And this could have been both in this section or the second half of the show, because sort of an environmental question as well as like just a general question about finances, UK government spending.
What do you think it costs to make one of these hats worn by soldiers outside Buckingham Palace? It's £2,000 and the life of one Canadian black bear. That's according to animal rights group PETA. They found that between 2022 and 2023, the cost of the caps has risen by 30%. And
Did anybody else? Was I the only one who didn't know that these hats were just bears? They were killing bears for these hats? In my head, I mean, I assumed it was some sort of a synthetic fabric or some sort of synthetic fiber woven into a hat. Not just like the leg of a bear. That is horrifying. I'll never look at those hats the same way ever again.
Defence, which buys the hats, spent almost £50,000 on new ones in 2023.
That's a lot.
Critics claim it's not only unethical to kill black bears for hats, but they're also a waste of public finances.
Yeah,
the Ministry of
it does
Defence
seem like
says
that.
It's exploring fake fur alternatives, but nothing has met the necessary requirements yet.
What are the necessary requirements? Anybody? What in the hell are they talking about? Nothing meets the necessary requirements. First off, who says that they need to look like they do? I mean, I'm not British, so maybe I just don't understand. It's very confusing, though. Do they have to? I mean, what's wrong? What's going on here? Like, what standards need to be met here? Are you saying this is the optimal hat in existence? I don't know. If you got to kill a bear for every hat, I'd say that they're not. Tradition? They won't be traditional enough. They won't have dealt a blow to the earth in their making. How sad. Stupid progress. Alright, let's go here. France 24, English from a day ago. Let's talk France. France's new Prime Minister, Barnier, seeks candidates to form new government. Ooh, let's see how that's going. By the way, before we even get into this, just to get people up to date, if you've somehow missed any of our recent coverage, the NFP, the party which won a plurality They won the most seats in the French Assembly after Emmanuel Macron called a snap election in which his party wound up losing. The NFP, that same party, winning those number of seats. What do you call it? They had made multiple attempts to elect, or not elect, because they can't. It's not an election. They essentially suggest candidates who could be the prime minister of the French Assembly. They did. I think they suggested 2 or 3. The last being Lucie Castet, who was pretty much the most sort of, what do you call it? I guess like most compromising, right? Or not compromising, that's the wrong word. The most of a compromise of all the candidates that they had suggested to Emmanuel Macron. He turned down all 3 and decided to go around the winning party and nominate and appoint his own selection, because it's really at the discretion of the president, technically, even though the general decorum in the French Assembly and in this process has always been for the president to essentially defer to the party with the majority or with the most seats. But no, Emmanuel Macron did not like the fact that his political move didn't work in his favor and just decided to go against democracy. Okay, let's go here to France 24 to talk more about this.
For weeks, this group of right-wing MPs said they will not take part in a coalition government. They reversed their position when President Emmanuel Macron picked one of their own for prime minister.
Next week, I'm going to form a government with serious ministers and a government that will be balanced, representative, and plural.
But all of France's leftist parties and even center-left socialist figures who had criticized their own camp in the past said they will not join the cabinet. Former socialist President François Hollande has said he will vote to strike down the government once it's formed. Political analysts say the prime minister could turn to less known, less political figures.
He could find figures from the civil society whose work could be associated with left-wing positions, people who may have local mandates and are willing to jump on the bandwagon. Otherwise, he may get a positive answer from political figures who used to be on the left but shifted away.
Only one major leftist figure said she would consider a position in the new government. Former minister and former socialist presidential candidate Ségolène Royal.
Okay, so yeah, and the fact is that multiple factions, including the NFP, have already threatened to vote down this new prime ministerial pick from Emmanuel Macron. We saw some of the protests that happened directly after this. The people were not happy about it. The NFP's not happy about it. And yeah, it's not going good. All right, let's see what I got on my list here. Democracy is great, isn't it? Oh yeah, it always goes good. It's never not gone good. But we must fight for it. Let's go here to Germany, where democracy has gone awry again, but in a different way. Channel 4 News 2 days ago has a piece to help explain, perhaps at least some of this.
Not much happens enforced on the German-Polish border.
Narwill _by _nature gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Hey, Narwhal by Nature gifted 1 subscription to the community. Thanks, Narwhal by Nature. I wonder who got that sub. Cosmic Jams got it. Okay, very cool. Very cool. Much appreciated, Narwhal. What did Germany do? Oh, let's find out. Let's see what Germany's been up to.
Not much happens in Forst on the German-Polish border, but tonight seems to be the exception. The biggest show in town is political, a gathering of the AfD, the far right-wing party that increasingly channels and fuels growing frustrations here. Notice the proportion of young faces. Like in France, the Eastern German youth is flocking to the hard right in record numbers. The venue soon fills up. Rumour has it that the local authorities have prevented the AfD from having a bigger hall, as if that would stifle their support. The fire marshal has closed the doors. The AfD is no stranger to feeling excluded. Inside, under the giant chandelier, they're motivated by a laundry list of grievances familiar across the disaffected democratic world. From the tyranny of the green agenda, as they call it, to the erosion of national sovereignty, and so on. Even Brexit gets an ovation.
Minoep gifted a tier 1 subscription to Ernalda.
Hey, Monob just gifted a 1 month tier 1 sub to Ernalda. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Monob. Really appreciate it. Look at all of you. Helping keep the Galactic News Network alive. It's beautiful, really. It really is. We're all just... It's like a beautiful community of awesomeness. Oh, I need to update... I feel like I should update the badge. I haven't done that in a while. Hype train incoming. Hype train incoming. 2 minutes and 42 minutes. 2 minutes and 42 seconds to complete the hype train, it looks like. Because people are doing so much gifting over here. Look at what you two have started.
There are particular German nuances. We'll get to those in a minute. But the other reason for the throng is tonight's star attraction.
I need a drink. BRB.
The woman with the blonde bun, Alice Weidel, the leader of the AfD in the German Bundestag. She's not what you might expect. Openly gay, married to her Sri Lankan Swiss partner, this former Goldman Sachs banker is far more popular than the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. And in measured tones, she delivers her political hammer blows.
Deutschland ist der größte Verlierer.
Germany is the biggest loser in this game around the Ukraine war. And when we get into government, we will end this war immediately, because we will lose it as Germans.
In the overspill room, they're glued to her every word. And even on the road outside, where an enterprising fan has volunteered their iPhone. Few other German politicians get this kind of rapt attention. Jessie works in real estate.
Alice Weidel is very popular because she tells the people what we want here. She says the truth, just another politiker.
Oh my god, she sounds like such a Nazi. Well, she's just saying the truth. It just sounds...
Oh, never could.
Oh yeah, I don't understand.
Interesting. Just crazy enough to work.
Oh,
Yeah.
so weird that nobody wants to say the reality that the immigrants are terrible. And Germany is better than everybody. I don't get it. What's wrong with that? Great hair, terrible opinions. Fair point, Sticks. Fair point. Okay. Alright. Let's go on here to Greece, where apparently this is similar. We keep hearing stories about this. A lot of different places are starting to sort of wake up to how bad Airbnb seems to be for local housing markets, for local people. This is from a day ago.
The surging cost of rent and a shortage of housing in cities such as Athens has prompted the government of Greece to crack down on Airbnb-style rentals. It's part of a new €2.4 billion plan that includes offering tax breaks to landlords who convert short-term rentals into long-term ones and increase the housing stock for permanent residents.
Ooh, that's a good plan.
At a news conference on Friday,
I like that plan. I think that's an interesting plan. I mean, granted, you know, it's working within a sort of a capitalist framework, and I might have some objections to all that in some ways. But the fact is that giving tax breaks to landlords to stop doing this might be a solution. I'd have to like really, you know, look at the numbers, and I don't know exactly how much tax breaks they're giving here in this particular part of
as Minister for Social Cohesion
situation, but it's an interesting thought
the country had joined
as a
others
solution.
Where a housing shortage was, quote, pushing families unbearably. Many here welcomed the pushback against short-term rentals amid economic frustrations. Graffiti on this wall reads in Greek, Airbnb everywhere, neighborhoods nowhere. This one, stenciled in English, reads, live the real Greek experience. €500 salary, €400 rent, Airbnb raises the rents. Nectarios Cordis is a 60-year-old teacher. He told Reuters a teacher earning €776 was paying €500 to €600 in rent in rural areas. He said, quote, clearly they can't survive. The head of public policy for Airbnb in Southern Europe said in a press release on Friday that the company was ready to work with the Greek government on, quote, targeted and proportionate solutions. Similarly,
hey, we'll work with you. You know, you don't have to ban us. You don't have to do any of these things. We can be good. Sincerely, Airbnb. Yeah, okay. I think Airbnb is just starting to wake up to the fact that people are kind of pissed about the effects of what their sort of practices have been doing to local rental markets. Granted, it seems like some people have different objections, but it does seem to be like everybody has some kind of objection to it. Alright, let's go here to, let's quickly go down to Africa. This is news, and we talked about this months ago now, but some, what do you call it? Well, it seems sort of fucked up to call it a development. But if you recall, 3 Americans were arrested in the DRC for an attempted coup back in, Jesus, I want to say it was March. Might have been later. But as of 23 hours ago, according to Reuters, those 3 Americans have now been sentenced to death over that failed coup.
illegal.
Three U.S. citizens were among 37 defendants sentenced to death by a military court on Friday for their role in a failed coup in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Armed men briefly occupied an office of the presidency on May 19th before their leader, U.S.-based Congolese politician Christian Malanga, was killed by security forces. Illegal. His son Marcel Malanga was among the Americans on trial, along with Marcel's friend Tyler Thompson, who played high school football with him in Utah. Both are in their 20s. The third American, Benjamin Zalman Paloon, was a business associate of Christian Malanga. All 3 were found guilty of criminal conspiracy, terrorism, and other charges. and sentenced to death in a ruling read on live TV. Milanga had previously told the court that his father had threatened to kill him unless he participated.
Mina
He
Web
also
gifted a
told
tier
the
1
court it was his
subscription to
first
Land
time
and Lazy
visiting
Lizards
Congo.
Lounge.
Hey, thanks, Mono, for the gifted sub to Landom Lazy Lizards Lounge. Really appreciate it. So many gifted subs today. I'm overwhelmed with the generosity. You love how she announces your name. It's very helpful. She's very helpful. My British robot butler.
Father, whom he had not seen in years. The Americans are among some 50 people, including U.S., British, Canadian, Belgian, and Congolese citizens, standing trial following.
Okay, now do I agree with the death penalty? No. But it's also not in the United States. And these guys didn't manage to kill the actual president of the country, but they did kill one of his staff, or at least according to this trial, they've been found guilty of doing so in attempting to overthrow the government. So I guess, like, what's the way I want to say this? It's like, what do you expect? Like, what were you expecting to have happen exactly, right? Like, I think it's a fucking terrible outcome. I think the whole plan was a terrible plan from the beginning too, though. So, you know, I can't. It's just it's all bad. It's all bad. Okay, now let's go back north to Turkey. Apparently, a Turkish drug lord has been, I think, put in jail or something like that, or I don't quite understand it, but all of his stuff is being auctioned, including an apparent massive, gaudy compound.
When 2 villas in the small Belgian town of Kapellen opened to visitors for 3 days ahead of a public sale, locals could hardly contain their curiosity on the revelation of who their last owners were.
I always thought it was from a Turkish consul or ambassador years ago, because I passed here at the time, but I never knew it was mafia.
Seized last year in connection with the narcotics case, the houses were owned by members of the Turkish mafia. One is valued at €680,000 with its sauna and outside swimming pool. But seemingly, its glory days are over.
Christ.
Or at least
look at this place.
Here we are in the main entrance hall of the villa. There's no lighting, so you can imagine that it's normally very bright. The ceilings are gilded.
Jesus Christ.
National media report that the owners are now either in...
They got gold foiled ceilings. Good God. Okay. Interesting.
...or were killed in unsettling circumstances. But it's not just...
Okay, alright. Do you think Trump designed it? Yeah, it could be. I think so. It's got Trump vibes. Okay. What else do we have here? Let's go. Let's quickly talk about this. Let's keep it in order, though. So let's go to these. These are from a few days ago. Start with this one. Guardian News. Footage captures moment of explosion at residential building near Moscow. Holy shit.
Высоковольтная. Дом рядом. Ёб твою.
Here, let's go to this one. This one's also from a few days ago. This is the this is ABC News.
Russia is accusing Ukraine of launching a major drone attack over Moscow and other parts of Russia. Russia's defense ministry says it downed 144 drones and at least 20 drones flew over Moscow. Chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell joins me now from Kyiv, Ukraine, with more on that. Ian, what's the latest?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they're saying that it's one of the biggest drone attacks on Russia since the start of this war. We certainly can't think of one that's been bigger. As you say, at least 20 drones were shot down in the Moscow region alone. That's according to the local authorities there. Over 140 into Russia overall. We saw these astonishing images of this apartment block in the Russian capital that was hit, apparently by a drone, although, of course, it could have been air defense. The drone apparently crashing into it, killing one woman. One of Moscow's airports also was hit in this attack. Ukraine, interestingly, over the last few weeks has been repeatedly hitting Russia in an attempt to try and bring the war home to the Kremlin and to the Russian people. What they're trying to do is target what they say are strategic targets inside Russia. We've seen oil depots, military infrastructure also being targeted. Russia's largely been insulated, I think, from this war since it started, but now we're seeing it coming home.
Yeah, and of course, Vladimir Putin couldn't be more upset about all of that. He thought he was completely just exempt from any sort of repercussions for his attacking Ukraine, which does seem like a weird sort of mindset to have. But, I don't know, I'm not fully in the mind of Putin. He confuses me most days. All right, let's talk more about this situation, but in a different way, by going back to the United States, where Keir Starmer was meeting with Joe Biden in D.C. to discuss the Ukraine, among other issues, before Joe Biden leaves office here. This is from a day ago. Forbes breaking news.
In the meeting with the Prime Minister today, how much do you think what will the approach be concerning threats that Putin has made about expanding his concerns to the West if weapons are made available for Ukraine to go deeper into Russia?
Yeah, his comments about NATO and the U.S. more specifically. Look, that kind of rhetoric certainly is dangerous, but it's not new. It's not new for Russia. Matter of fact, it has been the mainstay of Russian propaganda throughout this war that they've had. This is their war that they've had in Ukraine. This is their aggression. This is what they have done. This is what Mr. Putin has done, to be more specific. And that's how it started. And this war can end. This war, the war that we're seeing in Ukraine, the aggression from Russia can end today. Can end today. Russia can move their troops out of Ukraine, and it can end. So
true. You know where else? Another situation where it could just end today. Can anybody guess what other place that happens to have troops inside of it where the war could just end if one person would decide to take the troops out. Oh yeah, there we are. Same about Israel. Jerry's right on. Benjamin Netanyahu could end the war today. Take the troops out of Gaza, out of the West Bank, end the war. But no. The United States, they're not gonna put the same kind of pressure on old BB. That's not gonna be happening today. Let's go here now. This is BBC News from 15 hours ago. Keir Starmer and Joe Biden hold talks in Washington.
Sir Keir Starmer says talks with President Biden in Washington have been wide-ranging and productive, but wouldn't say whether he'd persuaded the US to allow Ukraine to fire long-range missiles into Russia. President Zelensky has repeatedly called for permission to use the weapons on targets across the border. He claims it is the only way to end the war. Our political editor Chris Mason has sent this report from the White House.
I think the next few weeks and months could be crucial.
What does President Biden make of Russia's threats against the West?
I don't think much about Vladimir Putin.
This is the Blue Room of the White House. The President, the Prime Minister and their team spoke here for about an hour and a half. The war in Ukraine dominated the conversation. Afterwards, Sir Keir Starmer wouldn't be drawn on whether he'd persuaded the President that authorising Ukraine to fire Western missiles at Russia was a good idea. Instead, he said,
well, there's only one reason we're having these discussions, and that is because Putin has illegally invaded Ukraine. The quickest way to resolve this, obviously, lies through what Putin actually does, because it's for him to end this.
It comes to mind while looking at both of them sitting across from the table to each other, is that they were both elected in very similar ways. People just really hating the other option so much that they became the sort of de facto choice, rather than people liking Keir. It was about people hating Rishi rather than people liking Joe. It was about people just hating Trump. I've been wondering just how long Keir's going to make it over there in the UK. Whoa.
With Ukraine has a right to self-defense, and we've stood united, not just with our allies here in the US, but across with our NATO allies. That's very, very important to us.
these are the long-range Anglo-French missiles Ukraine would love to fire into Russia. The UK making the argument to allies it's a request that should be granted. They rely on American satellite systems to work. You might ask why the Prime Minister has been so keen to dash here to visit a president who we know will be gone in just a few months' time. His answer is there are urgent issues that need addressing now, not least this question of missiles. The President has been sceptical about Ukraine being able to fire them into Russia, fearing it would be dangerous. This is the reality of the war grinding on in Ukraine, a country desperate for ongoing help, its allies weighing up how best to do it, and at what cost. Chris Mason, BBC News, in Washington.
Okay, there's more to this. Do we have time for this right now to watch the rest of this? Where are we at? Where are we at? I don't think we have a duck command on YouTube. Although I appreciate your attempt. Let's go here. Whoa. My sound keeps doing fucked up shit. Just randomly, too. It's like every, like, 15 minutes, it just does this weird sort of cutout. It's fucking with me. Alright. Let's go to France 24 English. This is from a day ago. Putin's red line. What does it mean for the West and war in Ukraine?
Well, for more on this, I'm joined in the studio now by our chief foreign editor, Rob Parsons. Hi, Rob. Tell us more about Putin's new red line. What exactly does it signify?
Well, it certainly sounds like a hardening of the Russian position. The Kommersant, one of the main Russian newspapers, says Vladimir Putin draws his red lines as its headline today. But it doesn't really make clear, and Vladimir Putin himself hasn't made very clear what the consequence would be of crossing those red lines. There was a sort of bit of a suggestion a couple of months back when Vladimir Putin had a meeting with the heads of international news agencies, and they put the question in what would happen if the West were to give long-range missiles to Ukraine, and he said that Russia would develop its air defenses to be more effective against those systems, and that it might consider giving equivalent weapons to countries around the world who could pose a potential threat to the United States or others who might be giving those weapons. I presume he had in mind countries like Iran. But it doesn't go beyond that. The use of the word going to war is what I suppose people are alarmed about, and that was clearly Vladimir Putin's intention, to scare the West into backing away from the possibility of allowing long-range weapons to fall into, or to be used by the Ukrainians deep inside Russia's territory. The problem for Vladimir Putin, on the one hand, though, is that by doing this, he sort of pushes the West into agreeing to the Ukrainians having them, because otherwise it would look like they were backing down in the face of Russian threats. The other thing, too, I think people will be asking themselves, and this is, really, what does he mean? Does he mean by that Russia will declare war against the West? Quite clearly not. I think it's for that reason that Donald Tusk, the Polish Prime Minister, said, look, just dismiss this. Don't pay too much attention to it. I wouldn't attach excessive importance to the latest statements from Vladimir Putin, he said. They rather show the difficult situation the Russians have on the front.
Well, Rob, meanwhile, Russia says it's recaptured a portion of territory in its western Kursk region. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had earlier confirmed Moscow's troops were mounting a counter-offensive. Let's take a quick listen to Volodymyr Zelensky.
The enemy has been stopped in the Kharkiv region, and their progress in the Donetsk region has been slowed down. Although it is very difficult there, the situation there is still far from positive. Nevertheless, they have withdrawn their forces in other areas.
Rob, where does Ukraine's operation in the Kursk region of Russia stand today?
Well, what Zelensky is saying is that it's what Ukraine planned for. And I think what he means by that is that one of the intentions of the operation in Kursk region, was to draw off Russian troops from the Donetsk region, where the Russians are really pushing the Ukrainians very hard around towns like Chasiv Yar and Pokrovsk.
The thing that bothers me is that I feel like everybody is ignoring the diplomatic route, and at this point, with Ukraine in Russia on the ground, I do feel like it would be a good time, if any, if it has ever been at this point, as the beginning of this conflict, for there to be an end to this and a withdrawal of troops on both sides. But whether or not that happens, I don't know. I mean, we've heard of Putin suggesting that he would be open to peace talks, but we've also seen that many Ukrainians have mixed feelings on this whole situation in terms of what a peace deal would mean, where borders would wind up, and I can understand that too. If your whole house history and life are on the other side of a fucking line right now, just because some guy wanted to exert his power and influence on your territory. I'm sure any of us would be frustrated by that too. Okay, let's go here where there's another troubling situation going on. First, because we talked about this actually a few days ago. Let's start by looking at what was said by Kim Jong-un earlier this week. This is from Reuters 4 days ago. Kim Jong-un vows to boost North Korea's nuclear arsenal.
North Korea's Kim Jong-un has laid out plans to, quote, exponentially increase the country's nuclear weapons, according to state media KCNA on Tuesday. They quoted a speech Kim gave the day before to mark North Korea's founding anniversary. KCNA also reported that a so-called nuclear force construction policy is in the works, which it says would allow Pyongyang to more thoroughly prepare, quote, nuclear capability and its readiness to use it properly at any given time and ensuring the security rights of the state. Kim, in his speech, emphasized the need for a strong military to counter threats from the US and its allies, citing a grave threat from a US-led nuclear military bloc in the region. Germany last month joined the United Nations Command, which is led by the United States and South Korea. That move heightened tensions with the North, which denounces the border monitoring force for being what it calls an illegal war organization.
Okay. It's not a great sort of development, but this is even worse. Here's France 24 English from a day ago. North Korea shows first photos of banned uranium enrichment sites. Oh boy. Here we go. Continued and potentially catastrophic level escalations here in the Asian continent.
These images have never been seen before. They show Kim Jong-un inspecting uranium enrichment facilities. In this photo, high-speed centrifuges needed to manufacture nuclear weapons. According to this expert, Pyongyang wants to send a message to the United States.
This facility
There's free housing and no tax in the DPRK. That's a good one. Yeah, those are free. Some other things might not be so free.
right here is capable of producing about 20 to 25 kilograms of highly enriched uranium, which is 90% of the amount of HEU to create one nuclear bomb when it's operated for a year. Eventually, the number of facilities that North Korea owns will be a very important measure of its nuclear capability.
These photos were published on Friday by North Korea's official press agency, which did not say when or where they were taken. During his visit, the North Korean leader is said to have stressed the need to increase production exponentially, a prospect that is particularly worrying for its Japanese and South Korean neighbours.
North Korea's illegal development of nuclear weapons is a violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions and poses a serious threat to peace on the Korean peninsula. Under no circumstances will we or the international community accept North Korea's possession of nuclear weapons, and Pyongyang must clearly recognize this.
North Korea's nuclear weapon programs are under UN sanctions, but the country is ignoring these restrictions thanks in particular to the support of its Chinese and Russian allies. The publication of these photos...
Yeah, just more escalations here in the region. I'd love it if everybody would just chill out and stop, stop making things worse, you know? We don't need more weapons, we need more hugs. Alright, how are we doing on time? Oh, we're doing okay. Let's go here, TRT World from 5 days ago. How India demolishes Muslims' houses on the grounds of beef trade. That's right. On the grounds of supposed, because the fact is, if you're not aware, in India, it is illegal to slaughter cattle in any way, to kill cows or to use them for food. It's completely illegal, and they've been using it as ways to essentially justify their ethnic cleansings and attacks on Muslims. And it's not a great situation. Modi gave us the houses, and now Modi's government has taken it away. Village head and the local officials all know this was given to us.
Armed Indian police, accompanied by bulldozers, descended on the tiny village of Banswahi in the state of Madhya Pradesh and demolished 16 houses, all of them belonging to Muslims. The official reason was that these brick-walled structures were illegally built, but many of these structures were built under government schemes. However, the reality is that these poor Muslim families are victims of far-right Hindu groups, bent upon pushing India's largest minority into second-class citizen status. And the weapons Hindu groups use against Muslims are cows. Cow vigilantes have been increasingly roaming the streets of India since Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government came to power in 2014. Several states have banned the slaughter of cows. In recent years, Muslim cattle farmers have been lynched by angry far-right mobs. Alia Banu and Gulshan are among the victims whose houses were also demolished.
Police came on the night of August 14th. They searched our entire house. There are female constables. They searched the fridge but found nothing. Then police came again. They asked me to sign a document. I told them I couldn't read or write and refused to sign. The officer insisted that I had to sign, saying that the houses, even those who were not involved, would be erased, including ours. Seeing the police with batons and guns, I was terrified and felt I had no choice but to sign out of fear.
Banswahi village, which is under the jurisdiction of the Nunpur police station in Mandala district, is predominantly Muslim. The Nunpur police allege that they discovered evidence of beef consumption and cow remnants, such as bones and fat, in the 11 homes that have been demolished. Residents like Sultana B and Munir Ahmed are involved in scrap collection and daily wage labor. They now live under the open sky in this far-off village near the rubble of their homes. The families of arrested men have approached the court for their release, but the police have weaved a tale that jumps right out of a Bollywood flick.
We have got the news कि कुछ kettles थे, cow kettles, उनको कोई गाड़ी अवैध परिवहन कर लेकर जा रही थी, तो हम पूरा फोर्स with
Okay, there is slightly more to the story, but we've talked a lot about these sorts of attacks, not necessarily for the reason of beef, but Narendra Modi's Hindu Nationalist Party has been either green lighting or looking the other way on all these sorts of corrupt anti-ethnic minority practices that have been happening time and time again. let's quickly go here. AJ Plus from 4 weeks ago, when Indonesians fought Dutch colonization and won.
It's December 9th, 1947, in the village of Rawagede in Indonesia. Dutch soldiers are storming homes and banging on doors in the early morning. 2 years before, Indonesians had declared independence from 3 centuries of Dutch colonization. But the Netherlands was desperately clinging on. Dutch soldiers were under orders to, quote, cleanse the area of pro-independence fighters. When the villagers said they knew nothing, males, some as young as 15, were separated and interrogated. These are the words of a survivor who was 5 years old during the Rawagede massacre.
There were dogs looking for those who hid in the woods. The dogs barked, followed by more gunshots. That river turned red with blood.
On that day in Rawagede, the Dutch army killed up to 431 people. Illegal. Official Dutch sources downplay the death toll, but these photos of the massacre were discovered decades later. In them, 2 men in military uniforms stand next to a ditch filled with bodies. At the time, they were the sole photographic evidence of Dutch mass executions during the war. It was a lack of evidence like these photos that helped the Netherlands conceal the true extent of its brutality for decades. So how were the full horrors of Rawagede eventually revealed? And what else did the Dutch Empire unleash on Indonesia?
From the outset, massacres have been part and parcel of Dutch colonialism.
The Rawagede massacre is a microcosm of Dutch atrocities in Indonesia spanning centuries. We'll get to that in a bit. But first, the story of how the Dutch were forced to confront the massacre can start with this man, Jeffrey Pondag. He was born in Indonesia a few years after the massacre in Rawagede, today known as Bolongsari. Jeffrey grew up hearing stories about Dutch colonial violence.
Colonialism is a part... Oh, wait, oops, sorry. I got distracted. I thought she was going to translate for me.
Dutch colonial violence.
Colonialism is apart from killing people, harmful to the mentality of them.
When he was 16, Jeffrey moved to the Netherlands, and he was in for a culture shock.
Indonesians are being portrayed by historians, televisions, newspapers as the bad guys of the war. That's why I thought something needs to be done.
So he got to work. He became sort of a public figure, writing open letters to the Dutch government and speaking to the media about the impacts of Dutch colonialism. In 2011, Jeffrey and human rights lawyers achieved what many said was impossible. They won the first successful lawsuit against the Netherlands for the Rawagede massacre after a Dutch court bypassed the statute of limitations, allowing a group of widows to sue. In the settlement, the Netherlands paid $21,000 to each of the 9 surviving widows and offered an apology. The lawsuit got the ball rolling. More lawsuits for other executions during the war were filed. In 2020, the Dutch king apologized, calling the atrocities
excessive violence on the part of the Dutch in those years.
And in 2022, the Prime Minister also apologized after a government-sponsored study called the Netherlands' actions during the Indonesian War of Independence, quote, systematic and extreme violence. But some, like Jeffrey, accuse the Netherlands of using words like excessive and extreme to shield itself from international accountability.
Dutch are afraid they have to pay back for the damage they have inflicted. That is why they are silent.
So, what other colonial atrocities have the Dutch kept quiet about? Let's go from the beginning of Dutch colonization to the Indonesian War of Independence to
Okay, hold on. We're not going to do all of that. You can find the whole documentary at HA+, but I'm just going to do...
have been taken over and run by the self-appointed regime. Head of the Indonesian movement is the self-styled president, Dr. Sukarno.
But the Dutch still weren't willing to let go, which led to the Indonesian War of Independence. Villages were burned and people were massacred. Cultural heritage and artifacts were looted, and crops were obliterated.
The Indonesian forces themselves also applied scorched earth tactics in order to destroy everything and not to give it into the hands of the Dutch.
And with the advent of TV and radio, their fight was broadcast across the globe.
With participants being chased and arrested, it's a hectic scene.
And the military situation became worse and worse. The Dutch couldn't control the areas they just occupied. Secondly, among the elites in the Netherlands, the political and also economic elites, there was an increasing tendency to end the war.
After international pressure and a lengthy diplomatic process, the Dutch transferred power to Indonesia on December 27, 1949. For decades, that's the date the Netherlands recognized as Indonesia's Independence Day. And that's just one reason why Indonesians say apologies for Dutch actions during the War of Independence are incomplete. Some want reparations for slavery and the extraction of resources that decimated the archipelago while making the Netherlands one of the richest countries on Earth.
That money they earned is blood money. The wealth they accumulated here should be given back to us. Yeah, I mean, remember, the Dutch East India, the Dutch East India Company, this is the country that they ravaged to become the biggest company in the world, at least at the time. The Dutch East Indies Trading Corporation was the biggest, most wealthy, profitable enterprise in the entire planet. And a lot of what what the Netherlands have, now can to some degree be traced back from that. I'm not, maybe not every single dollar or anything like that, but it's a big portion. It's a big portion. All right, what else do we have to look at here today? Oh, okay, just Israel and Gaza. But by just Israel and Gaza, I think we all know and that could take a little bit of time. Let's start here. Actually, no. Let's reverse. I want to reverse these. Want to reverse them? I don't know why. I just do. I have a feeling. I've got a feeling deep down that this is what has to happen. For me, for everyone. And you have no idea what's happening, but something is happening. And you'll never know what it was, will you? Okie dokie. Let's go here to the Majority Report with Sam Cedar from 2 days ago. Jewish director's Palestinian story. Solidarity story at Venice Festival receives huge ovation.
this filmmaker, Sarah Friedland.
Yeah.
Who won an award at the Venice Film Festival. And we were going to play this yesterday. We didn't get to it. And I happened to be talking to John Benjamin, as I occasionally do. And I said, you never went to Venice. He was going to go to the Venice Film Festival because of a movie he was in. And he goes, yeah, I didn't go. I didn't want to travel, but the movie did, won all these awards. And I was like, oh, because he was in a movie. And he's like, yeah, and you should think about having on the director because she dedicated the award to Gaza. I'm like, oh my God, I know that clip, and put two and two together. So maybe we will talk to her down the road.
I would love to.
Amazing. This is really great. Venice is a big film festival.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is one of I think the top 4 or 5. I mean, you got Sundance and Toronto, and Cannes, but Venice is a very big one. And this she got up there, and this is she minced no words. In fact, I know that she was at protests in Brooklyn as well.
Jewish American artist working in a time-based medium, I must note, I'm accepting this award on the 336th day of Israel's genocide in Gaza and 76th year of occupation. I believe it is our responsibility as film workers to use the institutional platforms through which we work to redress Israel's impunity on the global stage. I stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine in their struggle for liberation.
That's pretty awesome.
That was beautiful. And the applause made me very happy too.
Yeah, no booze.
More international audience, maybe that's part of it, than just American. But
I mean, Europe's not. Yeah, I mean,
maybe. But that's awesome. I mean, I'm going to see that movie. Everyone should see it. What's it called?
It's called Familiar Touch.
Familiar Touch. I mean, it's probably.
And this is, I want to make it clear, it's not a documentary. I mean, you will hear sort of people who are politically engaged, but for a filmmaker to come out and do this is not somebody who is established.
Yep.
This is not someone who is, who should feel like I am beyond having to, any type of pushback on this. This takes a lot of guts. It takes a lot of guts, and it takes a lot of guts in the context of you have this one, she's hit pay dirt by winning this Venice Film Festival. And she just then turned around and put it all on the line.
Amazing.
All on the line. If you think that Hollywood responds well to this, you are absolutely 100% wrong. 100%.
And I don't know if you guys remember or have seen it before. Vanessa Redgrave, the actress, when she accepted
that was decades ago.
Yeah, in the late 70s, she accepted her an Academy Award and called out the violence in Gaza and the West Bank, and she was soundly like booed almost off the.
I mean, I think it really fundamentally undercut her career after that.
Right.
If she had said, this even 6 months ago, I think she could have been booed off the stage. I think we're beginning. There's a shift. Like when we had, I mean, there's still freaks out there like Deborah Messing and Haim Saban.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry, just got deep into this. That's what happens to me here late at night. Dutch did the Srebrenica genocide. All right, that's afactual. I mean, did the Dutch know to some degree about the Serbs amassing troops? Supposedly, yes. But that's not the same thing as actually doing the genocide. I mean, it's not good. It's condemnable, undoubtedly, but it's not the same thing as actually doing it. I think we can all say pretty unequivocally that the Serbs are more responsible than the Dutch. Alright, let's go here. Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago. What the recent attack on Al-Mawasi means for the war on Gaza. Supposed quote-unquote war, but really genocide.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, an Israeli attack leaves a crater in one of Gaza's last safe zones.
Palestinians here are telling us they do not know where to go and nowhere is safe across the Gaza Strip.
The people and the weapons that killed them in Al-Mawasi. I'm Natasha Del Toro, and this is The Take. Al Jazeera's Hind Khudari is one of the few frontline journalists reporting from Gaza on the attack.
It was 12:20 a.m. when the Israeli forces carried out a massive attack here in Mawasi Khan Yunis, in this humanitarian, safe, designated area. This hole is after the Israeli forces targeted these makeshift camps with at least 5 Israeli airstrikes.
And as she reports, everything has been hard to recover. Civil defense teams are digging with their hands, uncovering clothes, tent fragments, slowly identifying those buried deep beneath the earth.
According to eyewitnesses here, they're saying that at least 20 camps, 20 tents, 20 families were living in this area. Now, what we also need to know is it took hours for the civil defense teams to rescue those Palestinians trapped under the sand. This time they were trapped under the sand. They were not trapped under the rubble. Now, according to the medical teams, they said that at least 60 Palestinians were also injured.
Although Al-Mawasi was designated a safe zone by Israel, this is not the first attack on the area. It's been hit multiple times in recent weeks. For the Palestinians who have survived, the immediate challenge is figuring out their next steps and finding a safe place to go. That's if a safe place even exists.
The Israeli warplanes pounded us mercilessly. A seismic shake. We do not know where to go. We are living in tents. We miraculously survived the airstrike.
This is claimed to be a safe humanitarian zone, Al-Mawasi, Khan Yunis. But in reality, these are all lies.
Yeah, and that's the thing about all this, right? Like, we've been talking about it for nearly a year. And at this point, it should be no shock to anybody that all of these supposed declared safe zones are still subject to being bombed. People are still not actually safe. It's just a different way of saying place to go. So we have, what do you call it? What's it called? Plausible deniability in other regions. Although it certainly doesn't certainly give plausible deniability in any way when you bombed the very place that you said was safe. So
many people were sleeping. There were many families there as well. So imagine being asleep and then a 1,000-pound bomb being dropped on the area.
Niels Adler is an Al Jazeera journalist based in Jordan's capital, Amman, now that Israel banned Al Jazeera from operating within its borders.
Illegal.
So, Niels, can you describe for us Al-Mawasi before the Israeli strike? Maybe you could tell us how many people were there, how densely packed was the area?
I don't want reality. So Al-Mawasi had been an agricultural area, so it's known as the breadbasket of Gaza before the war. And then quite early on in the war, the Israeli military declared it a so-called safe zone. So displaced Palestinians were supposed to go to this zone and it was supposed to be safe. Now, as the kind of areas that were deemed safe were reduced, the Al-Mawasi became more and more packed. And because it had been an agricultural area, there hadn't been that much infrastructure there previously. So a lot of Palestinians went there. I mean, we're talking thousands and thousands. 90% of Palestinians in Gaza have been flimsy tents. As I said, there was no infrastructure. And in fact, Dr. Tedros, the head of the WHO, described the situation there back in November last year, I believe, as a recipe for disaster.
The proposal for a so-called safe zone at Al-Mawasi is a recipe for disaster. Attempting to cram so many people into such a small area with such little infrastructure or services will significantly increase risks to health for people who are already on the brink.
So we're talking about an incredibly dense...
These are so difficult to watch. Once we get to this point, like, it is just... You know, I think that's why I leave it till the end. Because I know it's just going to be difficult for everyone, including myself, to get through these.
Populated area with thousands of displaced Palestinians, many of them displaced multiple times, living in these flimsy tents.
Flimsy tents that I understand were also made of plastic, so very flammable materials.
Exactly, and that was also because that had been an agricultural area, so there'd been plastic casing for watering plants and so forth. So there's a huge amount of plastic, you're right.
That's convenient. Okay. Let's go here. Oh boy. Guess what? Israel decided to give the Western media a little tour of the Philadelphia corridor. Let's see what happened there. Here's CBS News from a day ago.
Israeli protesters blocked a bridge in Tel Aviv Friday, demanding that the government do more to secure the release of hostages being held by Hamas. It comes as the region approaches the one-year mark of the war between Israel and Hamas and the bombardment of Gaza. Elizabeth Palmer joins us now from Tel Aviv. She just wrapped a tour of the Philadelphia corridor with the IDF. Liz, what did you see?
The Philadelphia corridor is kind of a code name for the strip of Gaza that runs along Egypt, so the very southern bit. And
it doesn't run along Egypt. It's in Egypt, basically. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken.
We went in there with the Israeli Defense Forces, the 167 Division.
Yeah.
They wanted to show us that this area of enormous...
Look, watch. Go back.
167.
Look, see? You start here. And then watch. Here, I'll put the mouse here just to show you what I mean. The red line goes over the mouse. If I'm not mistaken.
Division.
Yeah.
They wanted
there it
to
is.
show us
That's
that
in Egypt right there.
Area of enormously fierce fighting against Hamas is now secured. In fact, tonight they are announcing that they have dismantled the Hamas brigade, which was fighting in there. You can see the cost, though, everywhere. What used to be a bustling town around the main border crossing into Egypt is now really lumps of concrete, rebar.
It's weird. It's like they're trying to dance around the fact that this is actually Egypt and not Gaza, and it's a way to, you know. I mean, really, the fact is they don't need it. There's just it's a nonsense claim and plan of Israel's to just not only make ceasefire talks be stalled, but you know, it's just one of these things that I just can't believe is being justified at all by the Western media or by the United States in general, the administration or otherwise, because it's unjustifiable. In no other, it just doesn't make any sense. In no other circumstance would someone else's land, not involved in the conflict, be up for grabs in some sort of ceasefire discussions. But that's what's happening here with Egypt's border with Gaza. That's where it's at. All right, let's go to ABC.
The rare images inside a devastated Gaza, block after block of destruction near the Philadelphia corridor. Israeli forces showing huge tunnels they say were used to hold hostages and smuggle weapons. One tunnel running underneath a mosque. ABC's Matt Gutman visited the crucial southern corridor, now at the center of ceasefire talks.
Tonight, we toured the devastated strip of land in southern Gaza at the center of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire stalemate.
This destruction here is absolute. This goes on block after block and hundreds of yards deep. We've not actually been able to see a building that is not completely destroyed.
The IDF taking us along the Philadelphia corridor on Gaza's border with Egypt. Israel's prime minister claims this road is essential to its security. The road, freshly paved, a giant Israeli flag flying. Hamas wants Israel out. Israel says Rafah is honeycombed with Hamas tunnels where they allegedly held Israeli hostages and smuggled weapons.
The IDF says this is one of 200 suspected tunnels that they found in the
Did anybody see it?
area. You can see how high this is, about 15 feet tall.
And you can also see how it's completely blocked off.
What?
Exactly like Egypt said it was. Egypt years ago said that they had blocked off the tunnels between Gaza and Egypt. They said it, and they said it a bunch. They said it this year, they said it last year. Here's some very clear evidence of that tunnel being blocked off. So why do they need the Philadelphia corridor again? It's weird.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, it looks like the Western media had a great and fun time on their little trip down the Philadelphia corridor. Oh, goddamn. How have we gotten this far? We actually did this in essentially the time I wanted to be able to do it. I like to be at this point at around 5 hours. We're at the penultimate video, everybody. Second to last. Numero dos. Del final. I don't know it. Yeah, I fucked up. Anyway. Let's go here. Associated Press, 1 day ago. Israeli... Oh, you're right. Thank you, Mono. Thank you for reminding me. Round of applause for all of you having made it this far. Truly deserved. Just a great job all around. Pat yourselves on the back. Alright, let's see Associated Press's version of the Philadelphia corridor trip. Seems like everybody got to go. Except GNN.
An AP reporter was one of a few journalists brought by the Israeli military Friday into southern Gaza. As soon as they got into Gaza, the reporters observed destruction as far as the eye could see. There are buildings completely collapsed. There's hardly a building that hasn't sustained major damage. The sound of drones buzzing in the air is ever present, and the sound of shooting is present every few minutes. The goal of the Israeli military was to show reporters 2 tunnels in the area. One where they say they found the bodies of 6 hostages, including 23-year-old Israeli-American hostage Hirsch Goldberg Polin, and another tunnel in the Philadelphia corridor region. Now that's significant because the
Why is it significant?
Philadelphia corridor is one of the few things holding up a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Israel's Prime Minister
One of the few. Associated Press. They essentially, it feels like pretty much every day, are here to run Israeli propaganda, U.S. DOD talking points, stuff like that. They haven't given up yet. Oh my god. Pretty sure that first tunnel we saw was a well. And that second tunnel that we saw, as we already went over, was fucking blocked. It's fucking blocked, so it's not at all an excuse or a viable, logical reason for Israel's supposed Philadelphia corridor occupation. God damn it, Sticks. Why do you keep tormenting me with these word letter clouds? I can't read that. What does it even mean? Impossible. Alright, last video. But this time, today, I felt generous, and I left this one for last. Here's the majority report with Sam Cedar from a day ago. You know what you should all do? You should call your senator, now, to stop the Israeli criticism equals anti-Semitism bill.
Illegal.
Anti-Semitism.
That's right. Stop the anti-Semitism bill.
That reminds me, I want to get this out there. I just sent you guys an IM with this, and I think I may have put this in the sound pulls. There is apparently, my understanding is that via the Twitter handle AIPAC Tracker, the Israel lobby is pressuring Chuck Schumer to bring the so-called Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. This is H.R. 6090 and Senate Bill 4237 to a vote in the Senate. People need to contact their senators, particularly if it's Chuck Schumer, but even more, their senators broadly, to stop this bill. It is a so-called Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. People are aware of anti-Semitism. This is, sort of like a blatant intimidation tactic and an attempt to conflate rejecting Israel's policies with anti-Semitism. Honestly, if I see, I keep seeing Gentiles, with all due respect to my Gentile friends, I have many friends who are Gentiles. I want to make that clear. I think Gentiles are great. They've contributed a lot to our society. But if I see one more Gentile tell me that I'm anti-Semitic because I am critical of Israel, because I am, because they consider me anti-Zionist, and I certainly am against the idea of an Israel that is a ethno-nationalist project. I don't, when Donald Trump said that Israel won't exist in 2 years, if Kamala Harris gets elected. I presume, I don't know, he means that it's going to either be, well, there's two things he could mean. One could be that there is a nuclear weapon that goes off and literally annihilates everyone in Israel, presumably also in the entire region. Or, and that's probably the one that he's saying, or there's another option, that Israel as we know it does not exist. Now, I think it's unlikely this is going to take place in 2 years, but that Israel as we know it, as an ethno-nationalist state, which has an apartheid regime, which occupies, in addition to the apartheid regime, occupies millions of people and brutalizes them, and in the instance of people in Gaza, is committing a series of acts that are genocidal. And according to the definition of genocide, at least as a legal matter, we don't have a specific ruling from the international or to the IJC, but it's being
Why is this so blurry?
Assessed. And certainly experts have said there has been enough genocidal acts by Israel to say that they're engaging in a genocide. So you could also contemplate the idea of this Israel not existing in 2 years. It may be called Israel. It doesn't mean that all of its participants are going to leave. I imagine some Israelis with full citizenship that exist now may decide to leave if society becomes a multi-ethnic society where everybody gets a right to vote. But I don't know that would happen. It doesn't make it any less of a colonial project than the United States, but also, you know, not everybody in the United States is going to leave because it's a colonial project. But the point being that anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism are not the same thing. Anti-Semitism and being anti-Israel are not the same things. Anti-Semitism and critique of Israel are not the same things. What? And the last thing I need is, you know, Gentiles weighing in and telling me that I'm anti-Semitic.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Do you at least hear Mike Huckabee out?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what it takes. There are others, I think, who say this stuff. But call your senators, 202-224-3121. 202-224-3121. There is a definition of anti-Semitism that comes from the International Holocaust some association that really is not Remembrance Association, I think it is.
Yeah.
That does not speak for...
It's more like the Israel Remembrance Association. But hold on, let me just go back. It's late, but you know what? Those answering machines are on at all times.
Do you at least hear Mike Huckabee out?
Yeah,
it's funny the second time, too.
There are others, I think, who say this stuff, but...
Oh,
call your
God.
senators, 202-224-3121.
There you go, folks. And call that number. Let your senators know. You're not a fan of this conflation, and you'd like it to stop, please. Israel is not Judaism. Judaism is not Israel.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Well, we've gotten through another long and arduous stream. Thankfully, we had each other. Seems like everybody is safe and sound. Hope you all enjoyed. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, BB, Minnie, Afroponics, Moral by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Puck, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Boanoa, Maria, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all of these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month by becoming a Galactic Patron yourself. So many ones in chat. I guess that means only one thing. See what I did there? Let's rewind that track back. Look at that, it's a dancing snail.